So, Batman Arkham Knights is over 10 years old now. And my God, does it have a bunch of content for us to rank today. I say us because I am joined by my good friends Frozen. How you doing, my guy?
What's up, Crim Bro?
Yo, what's going good? And also my other good friend, Kloud. How you doing, my guy?
Doing good.
How you doing?
Doing good. Yeah, how you doing? How you doing? Oh, I'm sorry. Anyway, so...
Yeah, sorry, I had to.
But as you guys could tell by the title of the video, we are doing this big ultimate ranking for Arkham Knights. Now, just as a disclaimer, me and Kloud have already ranked the skin/suits in this game. However, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the other stuff that we haven't ranked. And, well, Frozen, would you like to say what we're going to be ranking?
The side missions.
Yep, that's one of them. Kloud, is there anything else that we're going to be ranking?
The DLCs.
That's right. We're also going to rank the playable characters, the Batmobiles, the bosses. So why not just get right into this? So obviously there are 15 side missions. Well, that's if you include the main story along with it. And how this is going to work is we're going to go and just back and forth between our spots. So we're going to start with number 15 from the worst, obviously, to the best. So I'll go first. In the last place for side missions, coming in number 15, I have Campaign for Disarmament, which, if anybody doesn't know what that is literally the explosives that the militia goes and plants around the city that you have to disarm with your Batmobile. And at the very end of that side mission, you get that horrible Deathstroke boss fight in a tank. And that's exactly why it's in number 15th place. So, Kloud, what is your 15th?
So, the side mission I've got at dead last is A Friend in Need, aka the Hush side mission.
Wow.
Now, the reason why I've got that is it's very underwhelming.
Well.
You know, he was built up to be this much greater villain in Arkham City that we all thought was going to be this much bigger threat. For then him to just try to steal Bruce Wayne's money, and then you just do a QTE to take him down. It's very lackluster, very underwhelming, not a lot of content, and it's just very bad, which is why it's the worst side mission.
I can understand that. Frozen, how about you?
Well, honestly, Crimson, I got to agree with you on Campaign for Disarmament, because I think I was most disappointed by the fact that I didn't even get to fight my favorite Batman villain of all time. And the mission itself, although it's not like the hardest one, I mean, obviously, I think like there's harder APC missions, I think, and even like, the final vehicle, I think that was the Drill Arkham Knight boss, was harder than this. So it's not that it was hard, it was a little bit tedious, but I just feel like for it to be this chase scene that just comes to a rolling halt, and instead of getting to fight the guy, he jumps out of the tank, and that's it. Batman just takes him down, and we don't get to take him down through, like, a special takedown. We don't get to do a QTE. He just jumps out of his tank, and Batman takes him down. It's almost like they were trying to get us excited because of the fact that it was Deathstroke, and I feel like a lot of people, like me, were hoping that we were going to get to throw hands with him again, because I wanted that one-on-one combat with him again. I wanted it to be like an actual combat fighting boss. And, it was, needless to say, it was a letdown. So yeah, that's why I have it at 15.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, after that glorious Arkham Origins Deathstroke fight, we get this. And not only that, it's not even unique. It's literally the Cloudburst tank with his second phase, just with more Cobra tanks. That's literally it.
And even then, Cloudburst was harder than that, I feel. I mean, I could be
I
wrong.
actually agree with that. I kind of agree with that.
There was more. There was
more
Cobra
to it.
tanks. There was more Cobra tanks to back up the Cloudburst.
Exactly. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, that's why it's in my number 15th spot. So, moving on to number 14, unless you two have something else to say about it.
No.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, coming in at number 14, we have Own the Roads, which is literally just the checkpoints that are around the city. And the reason why I have that one kind of low is the amount of them. Like, I'm okay with them. I enjoyed them. There was just too many of them. And I guess that could kind of go along with the bombs, too, is that there was too many of them. But on top of that, the Deathstroke fight was very, very stupid, especially with it being a tank fight. But yes, Own the Roads is my 14th spot. What about you, Frozen?
The 14th spot for me, probably going to be controversial, but this is off of my experience. I've only ever played it once, and granted, that was when I was like, 14, 15. And that is The Perfect Crime. I know some people are going to be like, Frozen, what is the matter with you? Now, I played it years ago, and I really didn't like it. But the reason I didn't like it, though, although I liked the horror-esque that the map was giving off, and I liked the sneaking around part of it, and I do like Professor Pig's design. I was just hoping to see a little bit more with that one. I feel like as like a little smaller encounter, it's not that bad. But out of all the side missions in this entire game, it's like one of the side missions that I can hardly remember things from. I mean, it's not the one that because obviously, what you guys will see is that there are going to be some side missions that it will have very blatant responses as to why I put them there. And this is kind of with this one, but also because although I do like Professor Pig's design, I will say this is just, this is kind of me being a little bit biased here because although do like Professor Pig's design, I've hate to disappoint you guys, I've never really liked Professor Pig as a Batman villain. I think that in the comics, he's great. But I don't really like him in Arkham. I think his design is cool, but I didn't really like the story behind him too much here. I just thought it was a little bit basic, and like I said, I was just expecting a little bit more from that side mission.
Nah, that's perfectly understandable. I'm not gonna lie. We'll get to the Perfect Crime later for my list anyway, and mine's kind of low. But how about you, Kloud? What is your 14th spot?
14th, it's kind of dialed back to what you were saying earlier. I've got the campaign for disarmament. I do agree. Out of those 3 side missions that conclude to the Deathstroke boss fight, I do think that the waves of tanks is the weakest. It's just the worst out of the 3 in terms of game mechanics to use. It's just repeating the same. You find a wave of tanks and then you destroy the bombs. And then, obviously, once all 3 of them are taken out, you take out Deathstroke, which, again, was a major step down from Origins, from, like, a masterpiece hand-to-hand combat to another Cobra Tank Cloudburst encounter, except it's not Arkham Knight, it's Deathstroke. And it was, I think it's very mediocre, especially because, again, you have that kind of overexposure with, fighting tanks throughout the story. So to have a dedicated side mission to it is kind of a bit, too much. So, yeah, I do agree that doing the bombs, it's very, very boring, very tedious to do the same thing over and over and over again. And it's just not that fun at all.
Nah, you nailed the hit. You hit the nail on the head. My goodness, if I could talk today, that'd be great. But anyway, yeah, I totally agree. I still can't believe you put a friend in me, which I guess I understand why. But it was definitely a lot better than what.
Like, at least you fought Deathstroke, Like, Hush, he was just there, and then
quick time event. Yeah, quick time event. Exactly.
Like, at least with Deathstroke, you were still fighting him in a way.
Right, exactly. Well, no, I respect it, but was not expecting that to be your last place. I'm not going to lie. But anyway, my 13th spot, and I guess we're moving on, is Armored and Dangerous, which are literally just the APCs that you chase around. And this is going to be like a recurring theme. You're going to notice that a lot of these just have too much to do into them, or at least maybe not necessarily too much, but too many of the same thing. And that goes along with these APCs. Like, 3 on each island. I mean, at least this time they're even, or at least the same amount on each island. But I still think that's way too much. If they would like maybe 2 an island, maybe 1 an island, although maybe that'd be a little too much or too little, I should say. But it's just very boring, very repetitive, and the only thing that changes about it is the number of vehicles that help the APC and the amount of missiles that the APC shoots at once. And literally, it's the difference between 1 missile or 2, and
Yeah, I
it's
get
just
that.
very boring. The only thing that would make this a little more better, and I've done this before, is literally change the skin for your Batmobile for each APC you take down. At least you get to look at something different while you're doing it. I'm not joking. I did that one time. It made it somewhat better, but even then, it still sucks.
Yeah.
But how about you, Kloud? What's in your 13th spot?
So I've kind of got these kind of military militia uh, kind of side missions back to back
Okay.
because about these 3 side missions is it's kind of like the militia has taken Gotham over in some way,
Mm-hmm.
shape, or form, and it
Mm-hmm.
kind of focuses on a certain kind of game mechanic. So obviously with the bombs, it was focused on the Batmobile.
Mm-hmm.
With the rooftops, it was focusing more kind of like on stealth,
Mm-hmm.
and when it was to do with on the roads, it was more combat.
Yep.
And because I'm more of a combat guy, I would have to put for my number 13th spot is Occupy Gotham. Now,
Wow.
I do like the fact that this side mission provides more variety. You've got different kinds of enemy types, occupying the roofs, and you have to like try and take them down. You've also got like these little drones that are kind of occupying the roofs as well, so you can't like get into the spotlight, otherwise it will shoot you. You have to use a variety of gadgets, but again, in a stealth scenario. Um, Outside of the fact that, I'm more of a combat guy, I'm not too. There's nothing bad I can really say about this side mission. It's just kind of it focuses on stealth. Outside of the conclusion, which obviously all of them have this issue, because obviously it all concludes to Deathstroke. But again, this one isn't that bad. It's just that I'm more of a combat guy, which is kind of a spoiler for my next one.
Go ahead and
But
say it because I have a feeling I know
uh,
what it is.
well, yeah. So yeah, my 12th spot is Own the Roads.
Okay.
Because I'm more of a combat guy, so seeing the occasional kind of base set up, and I get to kind of you know uh, flex the muscles with the combat mechanics is more fun to me. Because
Mm-hmm.
again, like I said, I'm more of a combat guy. I like doing the free flow and like doing that kind of stuff rather than kind of being sneaky. It's just kind of a personal preference as to why I prefer On the Roads over Occupy Gotham.
Mm-hmm. No, I totally understand that. All right, Frozen, how about you? What is your 13th spot?
My 13th spot is going to be Gun Runner. And the reason I say Gun Runner, I'll say this. I love the sections where we got to play as both Batman and Nightwing.
Mm-hmm.
But it just feels like this wild goose chase, similar to. It feels like a mission that's similar to one of Arkham City's main missions, but only if that mission took a lot longer and was a lot more tedious. And what I'm talking about is disarming the Penguin's caches.
That's in Arkham. That's in Arkham Origins.
Wait, what?
You said that. You said Arkham City side mission. You're talking about an Arkham Origins side mission.
Yeah, well, yeah, that one, but I'm also referring to. Well, I guess the one in City wouldn't be like it, because that was shutting down
Yeah.
generators. But it kinda reminded me of that, because I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be, somewhat, uh, like when I first played, I didn't think it would take nearly as long as it did. I'm all for having, longer and expansive side missions.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and I feel like what really helps this, because the thing is, there are parts about it that I like when they let you play as both Batman and Nightwing, and the cutscenes were good with Penguin. But it was just pretty tedious, and I will say, because the thing that I didn't really like about it was the fact that, you basically just did the same thing at the end of each one of those missions, which was disarm the cache. So for that reason, I didn't like it mainly just because of how repetitive it got after like the third one. Because I
Mm-hmm.
think there was like 8 that you had to destroy, which I just felt like was kind of ridiculous. And it can take you around like 30 to 40 minutes to do, which I just thought was a little ridiculous. Now somebody else might, think otherwise or like it, and that's completely fine. But in my opinion, it just felt very tedious, and it was just an unnecessary wild goose chase, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, I have that one pretty high, but we'll get to that here in a little bit. All right, so my 12th spot would be Occupy Gotham, and kind of the same reason Kloud ranked his way is I'm more of the stealth guy when we come to Batman. So I love the stealth element when it comes to the watchtowers in Arkham Knight. So I guess that's why I have that in higher than Kloud. And as you all know, Kloud prefers the own the roads compared to Occupy Gotham. So how about you, Frozen? What's in your 12th spot?
Well, for me, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go with Lamb to the Slaughter.
Holy.
The reason
He's like back-to-back hot takes right now.
the reason I'm going with, well, no, this is kind of the same reason why I put Professor Pig low. So this is more so just a biased take of mine, and it's just for the sake of me not really being into Deacon Blackfire as a character, but also because I remember that mission being like one of the most easiest and like most forgettable missions in the entire game, at least like when I played it. Now I'm sure like with somebody else's experience, they might remember, more to it than what I did. But from what I can remember when I was younger playing it, which would have been the last time I actually did this one, because there are some side missions that I actually played when I got a little bit older, but this was not one that I have re-experienced yet. So until I re-experience this is where it goes, but there's also other side missions that I prefer over this one. I'm sure that this one isn't as bad as I think it is. It's just that it's very forgettable to me. Like, I really can't remember too much from it besides the fact that I'm pretty sure when he showed up, I remember something about him, like, jumping out of a box, almost like a jump scare or something like that. And he's one of those like quick takedown. He's not really like a boss. He's kind of like he's like a Zaz here, where because I think you just had to perform a silent takedown on him, right, or do like a special takedown.
No, you just enter the grate, and that's it.
Oh yes, that's right. You enter the grate and you do a great takedown.
You don't even do a takedown. You just you just enter the grate, and then the cutscene commence.
Oh wait, yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. Because after, yeah, I think I'm thinking of a different mission here, but yeah, no, you're right. Because after I went into the grate, the mission ended, and younger me thought, this is stupid. Like I just thought it was the dumbest mission because of that.
Yeah. Well, okay then. My number 11th spot, because Kloud already did his 12th spot, my number 11 is finally probably one that y'all expected, A Friend in Need. And it's kind of the same reasons for Kloud, but only I at least preferred that because it does give an ending to setting up Hush, even though it was, very lacking. And on top of that, kind of like what Kloud said, it's literally one push of a QuickTime event of one button, and it's all about timing. That's it. You literally go to Wayne Tower, confront him, and press the counter button at the right time in a QuickTime event, and that's it. That's literally it. Like, it sucks. It's a bad ending, but I prefer it over, what all the other ones were doing, especially Campaign for Disarmament. But I've already touched on that. What about you, Kloud? Number 11 for you.
So, for my number 11th, I decided that it would be Line of Duty, aka the Firefighters.
Oh.
Now, the reason why I don't like this is because it's not that I didn't like the fact that you had to save them, it's kind of like, I didn't like how many there was. I didn't like the fact that there was just too many of them. I did like the fact that it gave you a bit of variety, where some were like Predator, some were Combat, which was fun. Like, there were different circumstances to save them. But I think there was just too many firefighters you had to save. And I think kind of like the Deathstroke situation where the conclusion is, oh, the chief kind of put them in harm's way and he's the one to blame. I think it was just kind of a very underwhelming kind of ending to that mission. But I didn't mind it. I think it was alright. I just didn't like the volume of how many firefighters you had to save, and then the conclusion you got. You thought, could it be a big bad, that's causing these firefighters? No, it was the chief who accidentally put them in harm's way. I just think was kind of an underwhelming conclusion to that side mission. But like I said, I don't think it was that bad. That's why I've got it as number 11th, just short of the top 10.
I'm not going to lie. I agree with that. But at least they made it to where, the backstory was, and I guess I'll just touch on this vaguely so that I can explain more when I get to this side mission. But basically, you hit the nail on the head yet again, except at least there was a story to it, and I'll touch on the story when I get to that one. And I guess, Frozen, what is your number 11 spot?
Well, my number 11 is actually the exact same as yours, Crimson, because I believe that the Hush mission definitely deserves the 11th spot. Yeah, I'll agree with you guys. It's a little bit underwhelming, and it's not the greatest, we've seen Hush. The story revolving around Hush might not have been the greatest. I didn't think it was too bad, though. Like, honestly, I could replay that one, more than, like, the Deacon Blackfire one that I brought up, Lamb to the Slaughter, or even, I prefer that one over, like, The Perfect Crime. Like, I just feel like this one, although it's not my favorite, I feel like it's also not the worst, too, I feel like it's got more replayability, and even though, yes, it is a QTE, I actually like QTEs in games. Like, one of my favorite segments in Mortal Kombat X is filled with QTEs in their story mode throughout various different chapters. And I like QTEs, but I will say it does suck that it was only one QTE. When it was the counter, I was really hoping that there would have been more with the QTEs. So that's all I'll say about that. When it comes down to it, that's basically why A Friend in Need is 11.
Well, that's interesting that we both have put the same one at number 11. Wow.
Yeah, I know. Look at that.
So, coming in at number 10, and I think, if I remember, it is finally Lamb to the Slaughter. For me, anyway. And it's because it's very lacking. It's like, out of nowhere, and it like you literally get done with or no, that's right before. My bad. You save Oracle. You take her to GCPD. Then you go to the clock tower and restore her little computer things from the militia, destroying all of her stuff or her equipment there. And then all of a sudden, once you do that and you save the equipment and all that, it's like, oh, by the way, yeah, Jack Ryder went to the Lady of Gotham and is literally about to be slaughtered by Deacon Blackfire. And then you have this big combat session, and then you disable the electric fence, you get into the grate, and then the cutscene permits. It's like, that's it. It's like, really? Like, come on now. I feel like there needs to be more there, especially like I don't know if it's just me, it's just very underwhelming, so that's why I put it in number 10. How about you, Frozen? What is your number 10th spot?
For me, I'm going to go with Two-Face Bandits.
Oh, holy!
The reason I'm going with Two-Face Bandit...
Me and Crimson are all, like, shocked every single time.
Well, see, I actually have a reason for why it's here, and it's kind of the same with, like, Lamb to the Slaughter. And it's simply just because I have very little memory with it. Like, I remember the opening parts...
I guess that's fair.
Stopping, like, the first bank robbery. I really can't remember stopping the others. So, seeing as I can't really remember it that well, I'd say it's probably safe for me to put it here, but also because I remember more from the other missions. It's not that I don't like Two-Face, and I think that stopping banks can be fun, stopping the banks. Put your hands up, no. I think that stopping the bank robberies can be fun, and it even, like, reminds me of, that one challenge map that we have. I forgot the name to it. So for that reason, I definitely wouldn't put it, like, at the bottom, but I definitely wouldn't put it above everything else that I have, because I can remember the other side missions more vividly. This is a side mission that probably isn't as bad as I think it is, but until I play it again, it's going to stay at 10.
All right. Kloud, what is your number 10?
So, just making in the top 10 is actually the same as Crimson's, Lamb to the Slaughter. I do agree. I like the fact that it kind of gave a new character the spotlight. It is one of the shorter ones, but I think it's also it is packed with lore. You can do stuff, you're doing a combat section, and then, like I said, you disable the defense, and then you have this kind of cool moments of him saving Jack Ryder. I think it's just a cool segment, solid for a short side mission. I think it was kind of solid. Again, I wasn't too familiar with Deacon Blackfire before the game, so having a new villain kind of brought some attention to it. I kind of liked what they did with it. Again, it was just a little bit of that lack of content, but I think it did enough for me to make it in the top 10.
Okay. Well, coming in 9th place for me is The Perfect Crime. And I'm not going to lie, like, I was actually going to put this at top 10 or in the 10th spot, but after thinking about it, it's a lot better than Lamb to the Slaughter because there's more to do. And I'm not going to lie, I do like Professor Pig to a certain extent. Like, especially in this game. But, kind of like with the others, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like there wasn't enough doing those, crime scenes. But, at the same time, like, there was a lot of freaking bodies that you had to find. Like, you had to literally find 2 bodies per island. And it was just like, and now, don't get me wrong, what makes this side mission good is the final part of it, which is where you confront Professor Pig. You have to take out these perfect humans that he worked on to make them immune to pain. And it was just, I do like that, but I don't really like, you know, how quick you could do the side mission, but you can also kind of, it's just one of those that is okay, I guess. But yeah, what about you, Kloud? What is your 9th spot?
So, for my 9th spot, I've actually got Armored and Dangerous.
Oh, take a day off.
Now, I do
He doesn't like
agree.
that take.
Now, I do agree that there is a lot of them, but the one good thing I like about the Batmobile is the chase segments. And the fact that there was a dedicated side mission where you're kind of in these high intense chase scenes and you're trying to like chase the cars down and you're trying to get close and lock onto them. I do think it's cool. You know, I do agree that there is quite a lot of them. But just off of the sole premise that I just really enjoy doing chases in the Batmobile, I do like the fact that there was a side mission for this. It's by far my favorite militia one because it's just there's not a single one that I found more engaging than the APCs where you're tracking down these military trucks and then you're trying to like get close to them whilst there's other trucks getting in your way and then you're trying to like get close to them and then take them down. I just think it's a very engaging experience, and that's why. And again, because it's quite, maybe too much of them, it's still quite a bit of content to kind of engage with. So that's why it's my number 9th.
No, I get that, and I'm not gonna lie. Like, I do agree with you that it is probably the best militia mission, like objectively with the Batmobile anyway. Because it's different from what the Batmobile was programmed and what they designed the Batmobile to do, which is exactly tank battles. And finally, we have chase sequences, that are arguably better. So I do agree with that. What about you, Frozen? Number 9.
At number 9 here, I gotta agree with Kloud here. I'm gonna go with Armed and Dangerous.
Wow.
Or Armored and Dangerous. And the reason being is because, to be honest, I'm just not the biggest fan of like the in-depth combat stuff. I feel like once we get past just like the base turret and the tank itself, and then we start using missiles and we start having to, like, where the game basically requires you to dash in certain sections, and I think there were times where, I dashed and be like, this is actually pretty fun! But the more I had to do it, the less excited I felt to keep moving on, because, I felt like that was one part of the combat that for like the tank, and I understand that the only way to probably make it effectively work was to give us the dash, but even so, it just made the combat for the tank feel a little bit sluggish in my opinion, which made that mission just not fun. Like it honestly, like, it's not the worst, but it's also not the best. There was some enjoyment with it, when it came to having to remember to, when it came to the dash, it wasn't hard to remember because I knew what the button was, but I certainly didn't like the fact that with a lot of the tank fights, it was either, you do this or you're basically gonna get killed, and that's honestly one thing that I didn't like about the Batmobile was these dash parts, the parts where you have to kind of sit still and like just do nothing but dash. It just kind of felt like to me like the pace of the Batmobile was significantly slowed down when it came to that. And it's just a tedious mission, and Kloud, what did you say about the missiles?
I like the fact that, you know, you have to get close quarters to actually lock on to the vehicle, and then
Yes.
obviously you can hit them. You know, it intensifies the situation because it's not like, oh, you could be laid back and just be in somewhat close proximity. No, you have to get close to use it, and that's why I kind of like the chasers. Is it promotes the fact that you can't just be passive about it, you have to be on their tail.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I liked about it. But when it came to the, you know, the combat itself as a tank or a Batmobile tank in this case, you know, I didn't feel like it was the greatest, but I also didn't feel like this was the worst. You know, because of that right there, you know, because of the fact that you could, you know, lock on and you had to get closer, that's the part that I liked, and it made it more, you know, challenging and fun that way. But every other part of it where it was like this, okay, now we're just kind of sitting still and constantly dashing. Kind of like with most tank missions, that's the one thing that I didn't like about Arkham Knight. I liked the chase scenes with the Batmobile a lot, and I also didn't mind, like, the turret that we had, and I didn't even mind the fact that we had missiles, but, I feel like sometimes I would get, like, the turret or the missiles confused for one another. Because if memory serves me correctly, they were both, I think, trigger buttons, correct? Like, one was L1, the other one was R1. I could be wrong with that. Maybe not.
Yeah, I think you had that wrong. You talk about for the missiles, right?
Yeah, to, like, take the missiles out, as opposed to using the turret.
No, it was, what'd you say, R2? Or you said
Well,
the trigger
R2
buttons?
Yeah, well, like the top ones, like L1 and R1.
Yeah, it's...
No, the missiles was a lock-on thing where you just had to get close and then press circle.
Mm-hmm.
To use the cannon, you had to be L2 to be in battle mode, and then R2 is to use the tank bullets, and then to use the actual kind of machine gun, it was R1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, okay, that's right. So oftentimes, when I first played this game, I would confuse R1 and circle, because I would think R1 was the missile and circle was the turret. So that, you know, that's on me for doing that. I eventually, you know, figured it out, like, oh yeah, okay, so this is the turret, that's the, you know, that's how you do the missiles. I do think that having it just be circle, well, you know, it definitely, like, to me, okay, so that's one thing I do remember now, that you've jogged my memory here. Because I remember when I found out that the missiles were circle, I remember just thinking it was like a weird control scheme. I remember thinking, like, well, if the turret's R1, wouldn't it have made more sense if, like, the missiles were L1 or something like that? But then, you know, and I mean, granted, you know, you guys could prove me wrong and say, well, no, the reason it's circle is because of this. But I just thought that, you know, it probably would have made more sense if it was L1. Because I don't think L1 was used for anything for the Batmobile.
It was to get out of the car.
Oh, yes, that is. Never mind then, people. I don't know what I'm talking about. I apologize, everyone.
We knew that.
I apologize, everyone. It's, you know, it's not that I forgot the controls. It's just that when it comes to the Batmobile, I get very confused easily sometimes. I feel like when I'm in the zone of things and I've gotten back into it. Yeah, exactly. When I've gotten back into the zone of things, I know what I'm doing. I know what the buttons are. But even I feel like when I'm in the, you know, when I'm back in the zone, I tend to
AutoZone.
forget the difference between, like, the turret and the missiles. But either way, that's why I have Armored and Dangerous there.
Okay. Well, number 8 for me, this one might be controversial, but I don't care, it's my list, is Heir to the Cow, which is...
He goes, what?
So, I'm not gonna lie, the whole Azrael part, like, I'm okay with it, And it's not really about the amount this time. It's the fact that you have to do it without getting hit. I don't like that. Like, what the duck? But not only that, you have 2 different endings too, which, since this is Arkham Knight's 10th anniversary, why in the hell do we not know which ending is canon officially? You know, the fans speculate, you know, like I have my own theory, like, oh, it's got to be...
Well, I think it's to leave it up to interpretation.
Well, I get that, but eventually you need to, like, come tell your fans, like, oh, by the way, guys, him going to jail, that's the canon ending. Like, come on now. And you know what? I think that is the one that's canon, and here's why. All the other characters got story packs that were canon to the story that happened after the events of Arkham Knight. But what does I'm sorry. Well, yeah, besides Batgirl, she's a prequel, but you know what I meant. But guess who doesn't have anything? Well, if you guessed Azrael, you'd be correct because, well, because he's in jail. Probably. I don't know. And another thing is, he's literally, and I guess this could be kind of a spoiler for my ranking video or my ranking portion where we do the playable characters, but Azrael is literally a copy and paste of Batman with just less gadgets. That's all he is. He has nothing unique to him. I agree with that. So I don't know about y'all, but he sucks ass. So that's why he's number 8 for me. But how about you, Kloud? What's your number 8?
My number 8. This might be controversial. But
we don't care because it's your list.
Yeah. I've got Creature of the Night.
Oh.
AKA Man-Bats. Now, I really like Man-Bat. He's one of my favorite Batman villains. But it's just
you'll be surprised where I put him.
When you really look at what it is, the lore's great. Like how you find out how he came to be Man-Bat. He ended up killing his wife accidentally in the process.
Or is she dead?
Or is she? But when you really look at it from a content standpoint, he jump scares you. You grab him, you take his bloods, and then you go to his lab to get a cure, and then you have to grab him twice to administer it. That is it. When you really look at the side mission, although it is, great just off of the sole fact that it is Man-Bat, and it does promote another mechanic, which is trying to have good, gliding control to try and grab him. It is fun, but there's just really not a lot of it. You literally just have to grab him 3 times, and create a cure. But again, I really do like it, but it's just there's not enough substance, I think, at least to me, for me to put it any higher on my list.
Well, how about you, Frozen? What's your number 8?
Number 8 for me is Occupy Gotham. And the reason Occupy Gotham is at number 8, and this is kind of the same thing for the Two-Face mission. I can't remember as much with this one. I believe this had something to do with the Watchtower.
Mm-hmm.
So you had to, I'm gonna guess, probably get control of the skies.
Gotta get control back. Take out the malicious Watchtowers.
Yeah. So from what I can remember, wouldn't say that I hated the mission. I actually had, more fun doing this than I did, Armed and Dangerous or Armored and Dangerous and all the other ones I've said. But I just think that the other ones that I'm going to bring up are a lot better.
Okay. I guess that's fair. See, that's the thing about this, is that with most of these, it's like there's just better ones, or it's just like I feel like I have to put that there because I prefer, certain ones
Yeah,
over others, and it's like it's not that I hate the mission, I just don't like it as much as like these. So I guess
yeah,
that's fair.
exactly. So that's why I put
Yeah.
it there because the other ones that I'm gonna say I just believe are much better, and there's reasons for that, but also because like these are the ones that I remember the most and have the most experience with, or even like the most fun with too.
Hmm. Okay, you know what? We're gonna do something a little different. Cloud, what is your number 7?
My number 7 is Gotham on Fire, which is the Firefly mission.
Oh.
This to me is just it's like combined in it's like to a certain degree, it's like combining the APCs with Man-Bat. You have to keep on Firefly's tail until he runs out of fuel, and then you have to grab him and take him down. And the reason why I like this is because there's just more of it in comparison to like Man-Bat, where you have to grab him and you actually are punching him as well. Um, uh, and you do it multiple times. You don't just do it 3 times and that's the end of it. And you actually have a cool chase thing like with the APCs. I just think it's a much cooler circumstance as well. I just think his presence in the game is just a cool thing where he's trying to, destroy all of like the firehouses, and you have to like stop him. I just think that it was a very solid side mission, combining both the APC chases and that kind of grabbing, man-bat kind of situation to take him down. I think it was just a good blend of the two, which is why I put it above, stuff like Creature of the Night.
Okay. What about you, Frozen? What is your 7th spot?
For me, I'm gonna go with Own the Roads, and I know a lot of people don't really like that one because, and the one thing I will say, I do agree, Crimson. There are a lot of areas you have to drive through, and they're just kind of simpler missions, but
Hmm.
sometimes I kind of like that within side missions. Like I don't mind driving through hoops in this case or rings. Um, it just allows me to experience the Batmobile as a traversal and rather than a tank. And that's just, my preferred way to play with the Batmobile is to use it as a traversal, but also to play the Batmobile racetracks because 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna load up either Batmobile racetracks or just use the Batmobile for traversal. And when it comes to using it as like a tank, that's something that I really don't like to do as much. So for that reason, that's why I would say that Own the Roads is next because I feel like, when it comes to this, compared to all the other Batmobile missions, it's a lot more simpler and it's a very, base premise of you're just driving around, but I kind of don't mind it, being that, and it's certainly without a doubt like the easiest Batmobile mission. So, I mean, for that reason, I gotta give it to Own the Roads.
Hmm. Um. Wait, you think all of that side mission is to do with the Batmobile? Because I mean, I will admit you can use it in some of them, but not all of them.
Well,
The-
it's not all of them, but when you can use it, it just kind of feels nice to integrate it into it. Um, and I mean,
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying because
I
there
would much
are
rather,
a couple
yeah,
of them that can be used to literally take out the whole checkpoint. So,
yeah,
um,
because I mean, I would just literally, I would rather just take a stroll down Gotham City in this case with the Batmobile because I feel like it's a lot more, fun to do that versus, get involved into a massive tank battle. But it also
yeah.
just depends on the confines of the battle because there were some battles that I didn't mind, but 9 times out of 10, like I said, I do prefer the Batmobile
Hmm.
as traversal and versus a combat mechanic. So I like the traversal side of things more than I do like the combat side of things with the Batmobile, and so that's basically why that's here.
Okay. Well, my number 7th spot is the line of duty or the firefighter ones. And then at the very end, you have to save the chief, who you turn out. You find out that he is responsible for all the fires. Now, the part that I was very vague on earlier is the reasoning is because literally the explanation of why he did it, I like it. And that is because the city was shutting their fire system down, or their station down. And I just feel like the reasons why he worked with Firefly were, like, I understand why he did it, but obviously it was still illegal. So, and kind of going back with, wait, someone's mic is echoing.
Hold up. Is that me?
Okay, it was better. Whoever did what, that's better. Anyway.
Is it working?
What?
Is it working?
Yeah, it's working now.
Okay.
Oh, that's much better. Anyway, so yeah, and getting back to the line of duty, I like it, but kind of what Kloud said, there are too many of them. And I just feel like when there's too many of them, it just ruins the, I guess the experience, maybe a little bit. But I'm not going to lie, it's still better than most of the Batmobile missions anyway. So that's why I have it here. And I'm going to go ahead and jump to number 6 here. And this is where I put Gotham on Fire, a.k.a. the Firefly mission. And the reasoning is because when you compare Firefly in Arkham Origins to this game, it's like night and day. He had a better boss fight in Arkham Origins versus this, and he's just lumped down to a chase sequence, which I'm okay with, but there's no real boss battle, I would say, that I would have liked. And that's why he is just shy off of top 5. But anyway, Kloud, what is your number 5 spot?
You mean number 6?
Yes. Did I skip you?
Well, yeah, because what you did was you said your number 6. And
I
your
am
number 5.
sorry. I'm sorry.
You forgot about us, man.
I'm sorry.
My number 6
It's okay,
spot, I gave it to Two-Faced Bandits. Again, this kind of goes back to the Occupy Gotham on the roads thing. I'm more of a combat guy, and this is a more stealth-centric side mission. But it's under better circumstances because of the law of you having to stop Two-Face from stealing the money from the banks of Gotham. It's a little bit underwhelming. You do get to fight Two-Face, but he's nothing more than an armed thug, to be honest. He's not like... At least in Arkham City, he actually had a new weapon, like a shotgun launcher thing. This isn't just kind of very... He's just like an Arkham thug, to be honest. But I do like the fact that you're trying to just take down the thugs, and then like the alarm goes off, and you have to be more quiet. It is under better circumstances. I enjoy this iteration of incorporating stealth. But again, because I'm a combat guy, there's just other stuff that I prefer more. But again, I like the fact that you have to stop Two-Face from stealing the money and you get to confront him at the end. It is very good. It's just a better version of Occupy Gotham.
Interesting. How about you, Frozen? You're number 6.
For me, I'm going to go with Gotham on Fire, because you know what? I love the chase
Wow, same as me.
And what I really liked about this one was the fact that you got to just lay the smackdown on them after you actually did jump on them. Like, they actually let you do a beatdown sequence on them. I mean, it was a quick one, but you still got to do the beatdown on them. And I liked how, to make things more interesting, they made it to where he was basically shooting parts of the road and setting, you know, parts of the road on fire. So there'd be like a trail of fire here, or a ball of fire there. And like, his flamethrower would be the obstacle. So instead of like needing to like drive around rocks, you drive around like a ball of fire or a trail of fire. And it was just a fun little challenge. Like, honestly, that's one side mission that I could play like 100 times and not get bored of, because it's one of the funnest chase sequences in a video game, and it's certainly my favorite chase sequence in this entire game. So that's why I put this at number 6, because, you know, Gotham on Fire, just an all-around great mission. And I remember, you know, before I had the game, I remember watching gameplay thinking like, this doesn't look that fun. But then I remember trying it, and I was like, whoa, holy cow! It was a lot of fun. It honestly felt like I was playing an arcade game. It was awesome.
Yeah. Okay, so finally, top 5. I think this is where it's going to get very interesting, because in my 5th spot, top 5, number 5, I have Riddler's Revenge. Now, this is what I'm talking about as far as what I like in side missions. This is a long side mission. On top of that, you got the beauty Catwoman to rescue. And it's just, yeah, it's most of them is revolved around the Batmobile. However, they did it in a better way than what the tank battles did. And on top of all that, the reason why it's not higher, because I was very, very close to putting this at like number 2, possibly number 1. But after thinking about it, I prefer other things over this. And on top of that, having to collect all the riddle trophies, solving all the riddles, breaking all of the breakable objects, saving all the Riddler bomb hostages, it's too many for me. Not as much as Arkham City, but still, it was just fun. At least in Arkham Knight, that is. How about you, Kloud? What is your top 5?
So, making it to the number 5 spot, I've got Gunrunner, aka Penguins. Now, this kind of goes back to, again, the on-the-roads Occupy Gotham situation. I'm more of a combat guy, and with Penguins, it promotes combat.
Sure does.
With this, you have the leverage of being accompanied by Nightwing. Where you start off by chasing down the truck, and then you follow it back to their base, and then you get to have a cool combat segment with Nightwing, and then you destroy their weapons cache. It's just all around very fun, especially in terms of combat. But one thing why I prefer it over the Two-Face Bandit is I think what they did with Penguin was much better. It wasn't just a case of, oh, he showed up and then that was it. You know, you actually had a QTE with him. He captured Nightwing for the final encounter, and you had to go take out everyone and then find Nightwing, and then he actually has him hostage. And then that also initiates another QTE where you press a button and then you both team up and take him down. I think they just handled his involvement much better than what Two-Face was. Again, his side mission kind of bleeds into the main story as well, which what makes me appreciate it a bit more as well. All around, I think it's just a great side mission, which is why it breaks into the top 5.
That's interesting, actually. How about you, Frozen?
For me, 5 is going to be line of duty. And the reason I say line of duty at 5 is because I think, although I can agree with the both of you that there are a lot of firefighters, in fact, I think there's probably a little too many. I actually didn't mind it because this actually reminded me of saving the cops from Arkham City, just done a little bit differently, but the circumstances surrounding the fires was just kind of dumb. So I think if we're talking about, like, the lore of this mission, well, the lore is basically, it might as well be non-existent if it's just somebody accidentally setting the places on fire. So that's like the unfortunate part, you know, when you actually find out that there is no secret big bad behind everything, that's kind of what, like, sucks about it. But I still feel like I had a ton of fun rescuing all of the firefighters, and honestly, like I said, it just kind of reminds me of saving the cops from Arkham City, and I loved saving the cops in the Iceberg Lounge, well, in the different areas of the museum, I should say. You know, this kind of reminded me of it, but more expansive, because I think there was actually more firefighters that you had to rescue than there were cops in Arkham City.
Oh, yeah.
I can't really, I think by...
It reminds me of the
yeah.
political prisoners.
Yeah,
where
like...
Yeah, it's
you have
more
the
of the-
occasional
yeah.
one. We have to go around, and then you notice that, you know, they're in danger and you have to go save them, except there's more engagement because it's not just one dude who's, you know, giving a guy aggro. It's more an actual group of people they have to take out.
Yeah, and I'll agree with that. You know, that's another mission it reminds me of, and I honestly don't mind missions like this. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like those, but it's also a little bit like the Penguin one that I really don't like. But I feel like when it comes to the Penguin mission I talked about earlier, Gun Runner, you know, I feel like if there was more objectives to it, then I feel like I probably would have liked that more, and it probably would have been higher. But I just feel like there was a lot more going for Line of Duty than there was Gun Runner. But I feel like the combat parts, and I will agree with Kloud, because I do like a lot of the combat missions, so I feel like as a combat mission, Gun Runner was pretty good. I just wish there was more variety within the actual ending objective being, you know, to just basically disarm the caches. Because in Line of Duty, I felt like there was, you know, kind of more going for it. It felt like there was more meat on the bone here, and it felt like it kind of felt like a better version of Gun Runner. It kind of felt like what I wanted to see in Gun Runner was here. But I will say, you know, when it came to the story of Gun Runner had a better story, but as a mission, I just had more fun playing Line of Duty.
No, that makes total sense. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is to kind of get through this a little quicker. I'm gonna go through the next 3, and I'm gonna save number 1 for last because I got a big explanation for that. And plus 4 and 3 kind of go together, and that is coming in number 4. I have Two-Faced Bandit, and in number 3 I have Gun Runner. So Two-Faced Bandit is obviously Two-Face, and I wanted to put him higher, but come on now. Because I love Two-Face, like he's one of my favorite villains, if not my favorite these days. But I would say he is definitely like one of my favorite. Him just robbing banks was like very blah to me, you know? And the reason why I say Gun Runner kind of goes along with him is because in this game, Penguin and Two-Face, especially, like technically all the villains team up, but Penguin and Two-Face are like very much working together, like closer, like within, like of the whole group, those two are working close together.
Got like this duo thing going on.
Exactly. Even though Penguin was planning on betraying Two-Face, that's only because of what happened in Arkham City. And it kind of ties into that, because Arkham City, they were rivals. They were really against each other. You know, Two-Face took over Penguin's area, killed a lot of his men, and took over his area. Well, I said that twice. But that was the whole point of Penguin wanting to betray him. And I guess that brings me to my number 3, which is Gun Runner, is because, just like Kloud said, you get to be freaking Nightwing in the main game. At least, even though it's a side quest, you get to be Nightwing. You could do pretty much all of the fight sequences as Nightwing, only as Nightwing if you chose to. And I like that. I really like that. That's why I really liked the Robin parts of the story, like the studio part. You could do that whole section as Robin pretty much. And it was just amazing that they improvised, Nightwing to help you with Penguin. And that kind of also makes sense why he's the one that goes after Penguin in his story pack. And then finally, and coming in at number 2, I have Creature of the Night, which is Man-Bat. And that kind of goes along with preference. Like, I love Man-Bat. I was always waiting for him to come into the Arkhamverse, and he finally did. Sure, it was very lacking, I guess, what you could say, but at the same time, it's one of the I'm okay with it lacking parts. So I just prefer, I love the mini game to, create the cure. You find out that he killed his wife, but then maybe he didn't because the body disappears. So there's still that mystery aspect to it. And I just like it all around. But how about you, Kloud? What is your third, and second spots?
What do you mean with fourth, third, and second? Okay,
Yeah.
So my number 4, I think I've got it the highest out of all to use. But I'll explain why. My number 4, I've got the Perfect Crime.
Oh God!
And the reason why I've got it this high is it's just so unique. Like, with all the other side missions, it's exploring combat, it's exploring stealth, it's exploring the Batmobile. But there's one area to Batman that wasn't really emphasized, was the world's greatest detective being a detective. And with this side mission, he is doing that. He's finding these bodies, and I like how you have to listen out for like that harmonious melody to try and find the bodies. And then you're doing this kind of autopsy to find these kind of abnormalities of the bodies to try and, figure out what happened. And then you cross-reference all the bodies to this location. And then you meet another new, well, he's not new in terms of DC, but new to Arkham, which is Professor Pig, which I think, again, he was quite creepy. I just think it was just so unique. There's no side mission like it where you're doing detective work, and it's just something that, you don't really get so much with these games. So the fact that you actually get to be a detective as Batman was just great. And that's why I've got it as my number 4.
Real quick before you continue, you know what Professor Pig's side mission reminds me of? It reminds me of the crime scenes from Arkham Origins, only instead of one killer, there's multiple in that game.
It's just that detective work was so great, and the fact that you had a dedicated side mission to it was just great.
Yeah.
But yeah, I liked how you had a dedicated mission, and you actually get to be the world's greatest detective with this, and solving this case. I just liked it very much. So coming in the top 3, again, I think I've got this the highest. Heir to the Cow is my reaching top 3, and I liked it because, unlike Hush, there was more to this, building off of his presence from Arkham City, where you kind of, it's elaborating behind what he was going to do from Arkham City. There was more to it, where he was trying to betray Batman by pretending like he was trying to be the worthy successor to Batman, so that obviously once Batman's gone, you have a new heir to the cow. And I just liked, I do agree, it can be tedious where you can't get hit, but to me that provides challenge, where it's not just a combat section, it's you need to be perfect at this, because again, Batman, he's the master in combat. He's mastered all these moves. Surely, if he's going to be the worthy successor, he shouldn't be getting hit. So to me, it provided challenge. I really enjoyed it. And it would have been nice again to have a confirmed conclusive ending, but I think that was kind of the point where it was leaving it up to interpretation of, would you think that he would have realised that he's been a slave to the Order of Saint Demar, or would he commit to, being that slave and try to betray Batman and then gets apprehended? I did like the fact that it was left open-ended like that. There was like a lot more to it compared to the Hush. I like how it elaborated on, his presence in Unsea, and I just think it was great. Which is why it's in my top 3. And my second favourite has to go to Riddler's Revenge, aka the Riddler's side mission. It's just, there's so much going on with this mission. It's got so much to offer. You've got these like cognitive challenges with the puzzles, and you have to do all the Riddler trophies, and you have to try and do all these puzzles. It's promoting using your gadgets, using combat, using the Batmobile. It's using the Batmobile in a unique way where you're trying to use it to solve puzzles instead of fighting people
or even races.
Yeah, and then you've got the races as well. It was very fun. Probably the most fun I've had using the Batmobile.
Exactly.
And then on top of that, you've got another layer where you're trying to help and save Catwoman, and you're doing all these rooms where you're working together to try and solve these puzzles to get the keys. It was just great. And then on top of that, you get rewarded with doing a good boss fight with Riddler, which is something we've not gotten in the Arkham series, a good boss fight with Riddler. And it was just probably the perfect side mission. It had such good content, it gave you so much variety, it gave you the boss fight, gave you challenges, used so many mechanics, it was just great.
Yeah, you don't know how close I was to putting Riddler for my number 2 spot. Like, I was so close.
I'm surprised that you didn't.
Like, well, and you know what? It could change down the road because I want to put him at number 2. The only reason why I didn't is because all the side missions that I put above him is just, like, I prefer those villains, I
get that, you think that there's a lot of Riddler trophies, maybe a bit too much.
I'm okay with the amounts versus, like Arkham Origins or even Arkham City.
It's just that, and I can respect the fact that you appreciate Man-Bat. I like it as well. That's why it was somewhat high, because of the fact that it was Man-Bat. But it's just there's so much to offer with Riddler's in comparison to Man-Bat. There's just so much to do.
I'm not going to lie. If I ever redo this ranking, which you never know, maybe for the 20th anniversary, I could do it, but that's 10 years down the road. You never know. Riddler could be at the top spot by then. But, yeah. How about you, Frozen? What is your fourth, third, and second spot?
Well, for me, I'm going to go Creature of the Night for 4 because I absolutely love Man-Bat. I know that there's not really a lot to this side mission, but Man-Bat is one of my favorite Batman villains. He's, like, probably in my top 5 or top 10 Batman villains. I mean, that's just how much I like Man-Bat. He's honestly just a really cool villain. He's basically he's basically what his name describes. He is a Man-Bat-like creature. He's got these huge wings. And I love his design in Arkham Knight. Sure, it was just a chase, and all you had to do was basically, glide over the top of him and then basically do a drop-down attack. And then you collected blood. And after you collected enough blood samples, then that was pretty much the end of the mission. But I honestly thought that the jump scares were quite unique because although there have been jump scares before in the Arkham franchise, whether we're talking like Asylum or even City, like with the shark, I feel like it was cooler that they did it with an actual villain. And I was not expecting it. Like, I remember seeing, this on YouTube for the first time before I owned the game, and I thought that this was pretty wicked. And then experiencing it for the first time was absolutely amazing. Then at number 3 we have Riddler's Revenge.
Real quick, I want to touch on your night, or the Creature of the Night. Fun fact: did you know Rocksteady really want to put in to where when Man-Bat appeared for the first time, giving you that jump scare, they wanted to program it to where it would activate your camera, like your PlayStation camera, and actually record your reaction to getting jump scared. But obviously, that was an invasion of privacy, and that could be, some legal terms there. But
It would have
just a
been
little fun
funny
fact.
if that was something that could be allowed. Where
I'm glad
could
that
have
it
been funny.
isn't, but I
I'm
do
glad
agree
that
it would
it
have been funny.
isn't, but just have the concept where you can see confirmations of people shitting
Exactly,
themselves when
exactly.
they see it. Because you see it on
Yeah, maybe
YouTube
do
where
like
you
a-
get YouTubers' reactions, and
Exactly. It's
like, you get caught
hilarious.
off guard.
They could have had like a reaction mode to the game, you know? Maybe like it's like an optional thing. That would have been pretty funny.
An
like it
optional
works
thing,
with
or
the-
maybe they reach out and be like, "Hey, we activated your camera. Do you mind if we use it for like a compilation?" And
Yeah.
and if they reach out to you, and it's very easy to do that. They could always have PlayStation do it, or whatever. You get an email or
Well,
whatever.
no, just have it as a thing to toggle where it captures it, because then,
Yeah, that's it.
it's like
You saying
it's like
yes
fair
is you
game.
is you
It's fair
agreeing
game.
is you agreeing. Hey, you can use my stuff. You saying yes is you agreeing. So
Yeah.
as long as you actually read it, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
Will people read it? But anyway, just that little fun fact, Frozen. So your number 3 is Riddler.
Yeah, so my number 3 is Riddler's Revenge because it's just so freaking fun. Like, honestly, I love all of the side missions and the fact that you have to rescue Catwoman, but also the Batmobile, sections, the races, the puzzles with the Batmobile using the winch, having to climb up the walls with the winch, which I thought was probably one of the coolest parts of the Batmobile. I honestly would prefer using the winch over having to basically fight all these different APCs in a tank. I feel like when it comes down to it, kind of like I was saying earlier, I prefer the Batmobile as more of a traversal. So when it came to the Riddler side of things, this was like a saving grace for me because it wasn't really tied to any like tank battles, and it was more so tied to puzzles with the winch. You got to climb up walls and do things like that. So that's what I liked about that. But I also liked how they tied Catwoman into it, and I just also love the fact that they even gave Catwoman a DLC that would later tie into this as well.
Mm-hmm.
That would basically, tie up loose ends, which I thought was pretty nice. But the Riddler's Revenge is honestly one of the greatest side missions, and it's a pretty long one, right? It's probably like the longest one.
It is the long one,
but it's also the most entertaining one. Like, I think if there was any side mission that I could never get bored of out of the entire game, it would be the Riddler's Revenge because of the amount of variety that it offers through the puzzles. There's detective work, and the Batmobile is just better here because we don't have to do a bunch of tank battles. Instead, it's just through puzzles and races. And we even get to unlock, I think, the first 3 racetracks from the Riddler, which I thought was pretty cool. But the whole, activate blockage thing was also pretty cool, where Batman basically, through his Batmobile, was trying to, hack into the Riddler's servers to basically, lower a bridge down, or if there were spikes on the side of the wall, you'd have to, close them in or something. So having that aspect there was kind of cool, whether it was a ceiling that you had to raise up, or, spikes or something like that. And those spike drills were honestly one of the coolest things that they added. I like that they had different, things that you had to basically try and, move. And basically, what you were doing was you were basically just, driving, and you would activate the blockage. So basically, if something was in your way, you'd activate the blockage. Then if another thing was in your way, you'd have to do that too. But sometimes you'd have to be careful, and it was about timing. And that's what I liked. Sometimes when you would pass, one of the drills, you have to be careful. Okay, I can't, activate it right now because I'm still over the, the circle, or the circles where the other drills were. So I'm going to get, impaled, and my Batmobile is going to, explode. And it also was just, honestly, when I played this for the first time when I did, I think it was the Crushinator. I remember, how much fun I had with it. I wasn't raging at it. I was just laughing. I thought just the sight of seeing the Batmobile getting crushed by, a ceiling, or by the walls, or by these drills, or impaled by them was just so funny. I remember, just lying, or not lying. I remember just, dying of laughter because of how much, just because of sheerly how funny it was. But everything else with the Riddler's Revenge is great, and even the story that's tied into it's really good too. So, that's why Riddler's Revenge is at number 3. but there is one mission that I like more than Riddler's Revenge, despite the fact that I feel like the Riddler's Revenge has almost everything that a side mission should have, and to some people it's even considered like the ultimate side mission, but this mission here, this might confuse people because this is a pretty basic mission compared to that.
So this is your number 2?
Yeah, so this is my number 2 here, and that is Heir to the Cowl. And I know that's a hot take here because Heir to the Cowl really doesn't have a whole lot to it. It might as well just be considered.
It's my number 3.
It might as well just be considered a.
So
Arkham...
we've got ours flipped.
Yeah, basically. So it might as well be considered a, battle simulator, or in other words, it's like it kind of feels like a combat challenge, or like an AR challenge mission. And I actually don't mind this because the thing is, although it kind of is an AR challenge, I mean, obviously you got to do a few. I think there was like 3 or 4 of them.
5.
But there. Oh, actually, yes, you're right. So there's 5, because there was some combat stuff. There was the gliding, and I actually liked getting to do this as Azrael. I think that the fact that they were able to rope him into the main story through this side mission was awesome. But one thing that I didn't like was that it was short. I honestly thought that this was going to tease a future DLC, or that there would be more parts that would follow up to this. And I feel like this was like their most wasted potential within the entire game.
See, I agree with that. I agree.
I feel like this side mission should have led to something greater, but the fact that it didn't just kind of sucks. But for me, it was still really enjoyable to play as Azrael, especially because this was his first time being playable in any Arkham game. And even though I do prefer the city design over the night, I'd say that they did a really good job adapting. I'd say that they did a really good job adapting Azrael here. And although I don't really like the fact that he feels like Batman, it kind of would make sense that if he's going to be the heir to the cowl, that he'd play similar to Batman or have similar styles, because Batman is going to want to teach Azrael some of his best moves. And so it kind of makes sense, but I will agree with what you said earlier, Crimson, which is the fact that when you play as him in the game, especially in like the combat and Predator challenges, he basically just feels like Batman, but with like a freeze blast grenade. But see, I actually like the fact that they gave him the freeze blast grenade, because it's a nice callback to Batman Arkham City, and in a way, it kind of feels like you get 2 different styles of Batman. I know that Azrael's a different character, but since he has the freeze blast grenade, it's basically like if you prefer City's style of gameplay, you're able to play as Azrael. And so, in other words, that style of gameplay lives on through Azrael. Mainly just through that one gadget, but also just because...
Batman also has it.
Yeah. Wait, he does too?
Yep.
Yeah, you can pick it up.
You can pick it up, yeah. It's an optional one that you can get.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting, because in the combat challenges, I've not been able to use it with Batman. Is it
You
not
gotta go
useful?
pick it up. You gotta go pick it up.
pick it up to use it in the combat challenges.
Yep.
Oh, okay. But either way, that's my number 2. I think that when it comes to side missions, Heir to the Cowl is that one side mission that could have been something great or could have led to something great, and that's what I like about this. It's a mission that, although is kind of like an AR challenge or various AR challenges, and it is like a what if, what if Azrael had his own, side missions or his own DLC. I don't mind that about this, and I mean, I do hate the fact that he, didn't get any more side missions and he didn't get any more DLC. But I don't mind it being like a what if scenario, and this is basically like, what if Azrael basically became the next Batman? So I like the idea of the story that was being told here, and that's one of the main reasons why I like it, but also because it was primarily combat focused.
Interesting. Well, see, because I've been paying attention, I think we all have the same for number 1.
I think we all have a number 1.
So, this is the part where I have some explaining to do, because someone here did want me to add this in with side missions, and here's my explanation for that.
Kloud.
Yeah, Kloud. I really wanted to rank the whole, most wanted wheel, and the reason why we're not going to do the Season of Infinity side missions because that's technically DLC. So we'll rank the DLCs later. in the video. But anyway, obviously, if you're paying attention, I said 15 side missions, and we went through all the quote-unquote side missions, but there's still a number one spot, and that is the City of Fear, the main story mission. And that's obviously our number one. And I think it's very simple. It's because, well, it's the main story. And if we're counting it as, part of the most wanted side quest and the wheel, then that's pretty much why it's number one, is because it is the main story. It is the longest mission out of all of the other missions. That's at least why I have it at number one. It's really good. They obviously bring in the Arkham Knights and the Militia Army. They bring back Scarecrow. All the villains team up. We have Penguin, not Joker, Riddler, Two-Face, Penguin, Scarecrow, Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy even though she doesn't help them. It's just so good. But how about you two? Whoever wants to go first.
Yeah, it's just, this mission is obviously the best, hands down. It puts you, as this game was marketed, it's, this is how as the game begins with this is how it happened, this is how the Batman died. This is about finding out, the conclusion to Batman, and you figure out, what's gonna happen that's gonna conclude to this character. And you've got so many great characters to help make this great story. With having Scarecrow threatening to bomb the city, that's the main problem. But then you've also got these characters like the Arkham Knight, and it's like, who's this? And he acts as though he knows you, and he knows how you operate, and it's like, that's very interesting. And then you've got some underlying issues where, Batman's, becoming the Joker, and you have to, and you're like basically tripping balls the whole game, and Joker's, kind of tormenting and teasing you, and you see him, slowly get less and less sick, and that's because Batman is becoming more and more like the Joker.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've also got stuff like Harley Quinn, where, she's trying to get revenge, for, her loved one who passed in Arkham City. And again, that final mission where Batman gives in to Scarecrow's demands because, Batman's trying to save Commissioner Gordon and Robin, and you're seeing, him become the Joker, and, seeing him crossing the line, and you see how Batman technically dies is because his identity got revealed to the world. So that legacy of Batman had to die. And I think, it's just stuff like, and the iconic scene of I am the vengeance, I am the night, I am Batman, and that's basically him being no longer afraid. And like he says, I'm not afraid, Crane. It's just a masterpiece of a story, and it's uncontested, obviously, as to why it's number one.
Yeah, I agree with that. What about you, Frozen? Why is it your number one?
Well, City of Fear is my number one for pretty much all the same reasons that it was for you guys. I mean, I just prefer the main story of missions because there's a lot more going for it, a lot more objectives, a lot more higher stakes missions. I think the plots of these missions are better, but I also feel like that's to be expected because, I mean, again, this is like the main story.
Mm-hmm.
I like it mainly because we get missions with, Arkham Knight, we get missions with Scarecrow, and although I was not like the biggest fan of the tank combat in this game, I think I would rather play the main tank missions over like the side ones.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just because I thought they were, more interesting, had better plots to them.
Yeah, there's a better lore where you got protect Poison Ivy, or you have to find your way into the Ace Chemicals, and you have to take the tanks out, or you have to take out the Cloud Bursts. There's more better situations involving them rather than
and it just
the average tank, take them out.
And it just feels like the Bat Tank was given more of a purpose in City of Fear versus like Armored and Dangerous, which is where it kind of just feels like it was kind of pieced together in my opinion. But here, the Bat Tank makes perfect sense, and even though it can be a little bit tedious at times, I honestly didn't mind it here. And although the final, well, not the final, but the second to last Arkham Knight boss fight with the drill is the hardest one vehicle-wise, I honestly think that it does offer a good challenge to where, although younger me would have said, like, I hate this, this is the worst mission, I honestly wouldn't say that that's the worst one, and honestly it makes the City of Fear even better because of the challenge that it does offer. Whether you're playing it on normal, you know, hard or even very hard or even, you know, in I Am the Night mode, you know, no matter what difficulty you play it on, it offers a challenge, and it's just a really fun mission. Like, although it can be annoying, it can also be kind of fun too. I feel like the most annoying part of it is when you know, die multiple times and then you gotta keep retrying. But, you know, honestly, although my younger self hated that mission in particular with this, I would honestly enjoy that challenge now. And that's the one thing that I can also appreciate, that's also the one thing that I can appreciate about the City of Fear in general, is the challenge that a lot of these missions offer. But also, kind of like Riddler's Revenge, these challenges have a lot more, you know, depth to them, and they're a lot more exciting, a lot more interesting, and everything that just revolves around the City of Fear makes it a much better side mission in my opinion.
I definitely agree. All right, and the next segment that we have is literally the Batmobiles. So this one's going to be very interesting. So the way he said
Whoever
that.
that was.
Yeah. Who the heck was that? Anyway, all right. So I'm just gonna get right off the bat, and I'm just gonna state I'm gonna go quickly with these because I don't really want to spend too much time talking about these. And
Yeah, that's fair.
right. It's the freaking Batmobiles. Like, there's nothing special to them except
It's a
for
car.
a handful of them. Like, literally 5 of them are different, and even then, there's not really too much to explain. So 14 through 6 is literally the same Batmobile, just reskinned for me. So I have in number 14 the Joker Mobile, number 13 the Prototype, number 12 I have the Riddler themed Batmobile, number 11 is the Mark II Batmobile. In number 10, I have the Rocksteady themed. In number 9, I have the 1970s Batman themed. In number 8, I have the Batman 1966 themed. And number 7, I have the Robin themed. And number 6 is the black basic default version, the regular Batmobile. And it's literally just because Joker Mobile sucks. The Prototype looks like ass, but at least I get to use it. Let's see, Riddler themed is just green with like green question marks. Batmobile Mark II, I don't think I have to explain that. Rocksteady theme sucked ass. The 1970s is blue. Robin themed is obviously because I love red, obviously. The 1960s or the 1966 is just amazing. And the regular Batmobile is, well, it fits Batman. How about you guys?
So for mine, again, 14 I've got the Joker Mobile. Again, cool design. You can't use it though. So for 13, I've got the Mark II. I just think that was a complete downgrade. Number 12, I've actually got the 1960s TV series race car. I just don't fuck with that car. I just think, yeah, it's nostalgic, but that's all it is. I just don't like the design. Number 11, I've got the Robin Themobile. Again, yes, I'm a fan of red, but again, I don't get the idea of it being a Robin. Like, who do you think you are? Get your own car. Number 10,
Man,
I've
call
got
them
the
out.
Rocksteady theme. I like the concept of, black and white. I think that's kind of cool. Number 9, I've got the 1970s. Again, I like how it paid homage. I think that was kind of cool. Number 8, Riddler themes. I kind of like the idea of it being graffitied on. I think that's kind of cool. Number 7, I've got the Batman versus Superman car. Again, it was a cool concept, but I think it's one of the weaker cars in terms of the race cars. And number 6, I've got the prototype. I kind of like the fact that you get to see the earlier stages of the car.
Wow.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, no, the pretty good list there. So for mine, starting at 14, we got Batman versus Superman. I know that's a hot take here, but honestly, guys, I just don't like that. I just don't like that Batmobile because it honestly looks like a UFO if it was placed on top of the Batmobile.
Boy, you look like a UFO.
It kind of looks like a space-aged Batmobile, and although I do like the futuristic stuff with Batman, I just didn't like it with this. At number 13, we have the Mark II Batmobile. I mean, this one basically speaks for itself. I mean, it's just a worse version of the normal Batmobile. At number 12 here, we have the Batman 1966 skin for the base Batmobile. I just prefer the actual 1966 Batmobile instead of the skin. At number 11 here,
Yeah,
at
we're
number
on
11
number
here
11.
we have the Riddlermobile, and that one is because it's just a black and green car. Not much to say about it. It's just a base car with like a Riddler design. And then after that we got the Robinmobile at number 10. At number 9 here we have the Rocksteady Mobile. And not much to say about those two, honestly. I'm honestly just not that big a fan of the Robinmobile, but I think it's better than some of the other ones I listed. And then I think the Rocksteady Mobile is slightly better than the Robin one, because I feel like a Batmobile should just always be black. It being red is just kind of weird to me. But seeing like the Robin logo on it is pretty cool, and the fact that they made like a Robin-themed Batmobile was cool. It just sucks that Robin couldn't drive it. After number 90, we have number 8, Prototype Batmobile. Yeah, this one, not much to say, you know. I mean, I like it more than Mark II, but
Wow.
it's just a different version of the base. And it's not a bad Batmobile, but I just prefer it more than Mark II. And then we got number 7 here, the 1970s Batmobile. I love that it's blue. I love the fact that it's like this vibrant blue color. It's also got like the classic yellow bat emblem with the black bat symbol on it. You know, the decal on it does it for me, and so do the colors. It's also got like, yellow stripes on it and stuff. The tires look great. I think that between this and the Robin one, I feel like this one works a lot better. And then at number 6, we have the Joker Mobile, which I know to some people they might be thinking like, what are you doing? Like, why are you putting it at 6? You can't even really use it. And although that is true, you can technically use it in the campaign. And in the section that you do get to use it, it is freaking awesome!
Okay. I don't know what to say to that. Except
It's also like a haunted version of the Batmobile. It's basically like if the roles were reversed and if Joker had his own car. I like
I
the
just
smile.
can't believe that most
and, like,
of the cars that are usable are lesser than the car that isn't usable.
Yeah,
that's what I can't believe.
That will come to a shock for some, but I just feel like my experience with the game, I've gotten to use the Joker Mobile like 2 or 3 times, and every time I've used it, it's just an absolute blast to use, and it's like a haunted version of the Batmobile. It's honestly cool. It's like if the roles were reversed. It's like if Scarecrow put his fear toxin over the Batmobile. It's just sick, and I like the smile and the fact that it's got like Joker's hands going over the top of the tires. It's just a really cool concept.
Yeah. I just have one thing to say to you. Frozen, you're a fook stick. But anyway, okay, so for my top 5 Batmobiles, coming in at number 5 is the original Arkham Asylum Batmobile. And I'm not going to lie, like in Arkham Asylum, that Batmobile that you got to protect once you get out of the intensive treatment, is a little bigger than what they did in this game. Like, that Batmobile was ruined, in my opinion. It's still fun to drive, and I like the callback to Arkham Asylum with it, but it just looks a tad bit smaller than what it needs to be in this game. And in my number 4 spot, I have the 2016 BVS Batmobile. So the Batman v Superman Batmobile. It's just very fun. I like the look of it, but obviously there's just better ones than that. How about you, Kloud? What is your 5th and 4th spot?
So for number 5, I've got the 1966 themed Batmobile. To me, it's just taking out the goofiness of the 1960s car. You know, giving those classical designs, the decals, and the red lining, and applying it to me an actually good Batmobile, to an actually good looking one, just with those cool red lining. I think it was quite cool. And for number 4, I've got the original Arkham. Again, I just like it. Yes, I think it's a bit small compared to the others, but I also think I just love the lore associated with it. I like to call it the Banemobile because, again, he, kissed the front of the car on the way into
You're
the
a
water.
bane in my existence.
Well, yeah. Oh, get over this guy. But yeah, that's why I've got it as number 4 because, again, it's literally the original Arkham Batmobile.
Nah, I respect it. What about you, Frozen? Number 5 and number 4.
At number 5, we got the 2008 Bat Tumbler because it's just one of the coolest Batmobiles ever. Like the tires are awesome, and it's just a cooler.
Take a day off.
No, it really is. It's honestly.
Well, no, I know it is, but you put it at number 5. Never mind. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. But the Bat Tumbler is just one of the coolest versions of Batman's Batmobiles. I love the design, and I also love the way the doors open. I actually used to have like an actual action figure set with that Batmobile, and so that's probably why this is a higher one for me, because it's a very nostalgic Batmobile to me. It just brings me back to my childhood. And then at number 4, we have the Arkham Knight Batmobile, which, in my opinion, is basically like if you took the Bat Tumbler and took away like the goofy like marshmallow tires and put like actual like more rounded tires, and
Did you
you
just
actually
call
made
it marshmallow
Yeah,
tires?
marshmallow?
well kind of like you can't lie, like they look like they're marshmallows flipped onto the side. You know what I mean?
I don't know what to
no.
say.
No.
Just a little bit. They kind of do, to me anyway. I don't know if you guys can see it, but maybe people in the comments might know. Comment down below. Do you guys think the Bat Tumbler had marshmallow-looking tires that were flipped to the sides? But anyways, number 4 is the Arkham Knight Batmobile, and the reason being is because it's basically just, like, in my opinion, a better version of the Tumbler. If the Tumbler was a tank, had better tires, and I also just love the way the doors open. He can put people in the back of it. There's a lot to like about the original Arkham Knight Batmobile, but there's obviously ones that I like more than that, and we'll get to those pretty soon.
Yeah. Fun fact. Did you guys know that the Batmobiles you can actually use during the main story, or at least like other side objectives, as long as you have all of the tank mobile battles done and over with? I don't know if you knew that or
wow.
not.
I
Yes.
actually didn't know that.
Yeah, you can use any of the race mobiles during either parts of the story or for most side missions, as long as all tank mobiles is done, including Riddler.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty cool.
All right, so coming in top 3 for me, number 3 is the 1960s TV series Batmobile, the race version. And let me just say, that Batmobile is so freaking cool. Like, I grew up with the 60s show a little bit. I also grew up with the 2004 The Batman show, but that's a story for another day. I just think this Batmobile is cool, but obviously the other two that are ahead of it are just even cooler. How about you, Kloud? What's your number 3?
My number 3 is... This might shock some people. For my number
pretty
3, I've got the
fantastic.
1989 Batmobile.
Okay, that's criminal.
How dare you! No, I'm
And,
just kidding.
you know, it made my top 3, had to be there because, again, you know, Keaton was more my era. You know, that is such an iconic Batmobile. I really do like it. The slim, sleek design. You know, it was just great. Very classic, very iconic. It's just the other two I've got personal preference over it.
You're a monster.
So that's why it's my number
Ar-
3.
All right, Frozen, try not to disappoint me like this guy did. What is your
Well,
number 3?
Just like you, I also like the 1966 Batmobile, and that is also my number 3.
That is my guy.
Because I actually did grow up watching it a little bit. I didn't watch every episode. I actually only
I
seen.
have.
I only seen like a small amount. Like when I was younger, I probably only seen about like 7 episodes. But every time I did see the show and I did see that Batmobile, it was just special. You know, every time it was on screen, I was like, yo, look at that car. And one of these days, I really hope that when I go to like a Comic-Con, I get to see that Batmobile in person, because that's just a sweet car. You know, it's just a very
Chick
sleek and
stick the
slim
car.
with yeah. It has like
Get
these
your own
red
car.
stripes on it. The the windshield is much different than the other ones, and it's an open Batmobile. Like there's no top to it. It has more class, and it certainly just emphasizes that it's from that era. And then, you know, for that reason, I just think it's one of the coolest Batmobiles. But even like color-wise, the color scheme is honestly what does it for me, and the fact that it has the classic bat symbol on the side of the doors.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Just to let people know, I don't know whose mic is echoing again, but...
It's you, Kloud. It's you!
Oh, wow.
I told you!
Oh, wow, it actually is. Holy moly. It's better now.
I was right.
Anyway, so coming in on the runner-up, there goes the mic again. Anyway, runner-up is
Kloud, you
the...
better unplug that mic and I'm freaking plug it back in.
I can't control it.
You know, I'm keeping all this in because
you
this is
control
funny. 2008's Tumbler Mobile is number 2, and it's very simple. It's a tank.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about you, Frozen? What's your number 2?
For me, it's the original Arkham Asylum Batmobile.
Okay, you're fired.
I will agree that
I thought that would be worse
I
than
feel
mine.
like in terms of the size, they did downgrade it. I will agree with that.
Good.
You know, because it was, you know, bigger in Asylum and here it's smaller. So for that reason, you know, it does upset me a little bit, but I still just love the overall design of it. And one of the things that I've always liked about it was just getting to see it in Arkham Asylum. I've always wanted to drive the car. So now that we actually can drive it, it just basically fulfills my dream. And every time I've used it, it's just been such a blast.
Mm,
Oh,
right.
okay. Well, Kloud, you're number 2.
My number 2 is also.
Yeah,
a
but no one
Tumbler.
cares. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm just kidding. Never mind.
Um,
Never mind.
My number 2 is also the Tumbler. To me, prefer it more than the 89 because I do like it's iconic, but I prefer a Batmobile that's more menacing, and that just does it for me. Because whenever I'm driving around, it just reminds me of the chase scene from Batman Begins, and you just hear, you know, that roaring kind of engine, and it's just to me, it's just a cooler Batmobile than the 89. Sure, it's iconic, sure, you know, it stands the test of time, and that's why it's in my top 3, but the Tumbler is just a more badass, you know, menacing Batmobile, and, you know, it just makes me want to drive around and do chases in that car. That's why it's my number 2.
Okay. All right. So obviously my number 1, if y'all didn't figure it out, it is the 1989 Batmobile. And let me just tell you something. That Batmobile is as close as we're going to get to the animated series Batmobile in this game. And that's part of the reason, but it's also Michael Keaton. How about you two? What is your number one?
Well, for me, I'm gonna say the same thing as you, Batman '89, because you know what? That's just the coolest looking Batmobile. It's also the most iconic one, and if there was one Batman movie I watched the most, it was Batman '89. And there's just multiple things to go back to with that movie, whether it's the characters itself, the plot, or even the Batmobile scenes. The Batmobile's design is very sleek. I like the guns and the harpoons on the sides, and the fact that he could like trip people with the harpoons. I like the way the top cover came off. There was all these different knobs and switches, and I'll agree it is the closest thing that we have to the animated series Batmobile. I mean, I prefer the '89 design over the animated series, but I would like to believe that the animated series probably took some inspiration from '89. Of course, I'd say that they both have really great designs, but my favorite Batmobile design in this game, and my favorite Batmobile to use, is the Batman '89 Batmobile.
Interesting. Real quick, just point out, Joker, you can go duck yourself. He actually scared me there. But anyway, Kloud, what is your number one?
So my number one, if you haven't already guessed it, it's the Arkham Knight original Batmobile. And the reason why I've got it up there is it's just my favourite Batmobile. It's got everything. It's menacing. It's got all the technology.
Okay, now you're fired.
Like one of my favourite scenes from this game is when Batman goes even in the odds, and then you see the car show up, and then it just looks badass. It's got the logo, on the wheels. It's got that sleek design, but also that kind of tank build to it. You can put people in the back. It's just, to me, it's my favourite, not just Batmobile in this game, but of all time.
Nah, I honestly
100%.
All right, well, that's Batmobiles. All right, and for the next section, we have Playable Characters. Yes. Now, there's a couple of people on here that might be like, wow, you included them? And yes, I did. So, we have 10 playable characters. Coming in last place for me, the worst playable character in Arkham Knight is Commissioner Gordon. And that is because literally you just walk into the studios and talk to 4 prisoners and that's it. Yeah. How about you, Kloud?
Yeah, also Jim Gordon's my number 10. You literally walk in, say hi to Bill, Bob and Barry, and you say hi to Batman, and the end.
Exactly. How about you, Frozen? What's your number 10?
Number 10 for me is No, I'm just kidding. It's Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner Gordon is my number 10 because, well, you just walk and yeah, that's it. And honestly, I can't remember. Like, he's so forgettable. No, let's move on.
Well, okay then. Number 9, I have Azrael. Azrael, like I said in one of the other sections, he's literally Batman with less gadgets. And I even also think a couple of movesets he doesn't have either. But I know for a fact less gadgets. He sucks. I don't like him. How about you, Frozen?
Yeah, gotta agree. Azrael's number 9 because he's just a low-rate Batman.
Are you mocking me?
No, I'm being like serious here. Like, he actually is a low-rate, low-budgeted Batman. Like, he just has less gadgets than Batman, and I think they basically just put Azrael in this game just for the sake of making him playable. And I don't think they really wanted to expand with his playset, and that, sucks, because I was hoping they were going to give him, like, swords or staffs like he had in the comics, and he didn't get any of that, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Kloud?
My number 9, I've actually got the Joker.
Wow.
And the reason, because sure, the segment was cool, but I want to play Batman Arkham Knight, not Call of Duty.
Yeah, but that's what made it fun, though.
No, because if I did that, I could go play COD Zombies. I don't want to play Joker, Arkham, Breather. No, I don't want to. I'm playing Batman Arkham Knight, not a first-person shooter. Thank you very much.
Okay, fair enough.
That's fair enough. Okay, coming in at number 8, I have Harley Quinn. Not gonna lie, Harley Quinn is, yes, she's fun and hot, but she's just, there's better characters. There's just better characters. I do like her psycho ability, whatever the hell it's called, but there's just better characters. How about you, Kloud?
For my number 8, I've got Catwoman. Because, yeah, she's fun and hot. I don't... She just has really poor offense capabilities, and she's just very slow stealth-wise. I don't really fuck with her at all. It's just very boring. And I just think in their own ways, everyone else above her is better.
Alright, how about you, Frozen?
Well, this is going to come as a surprise, but I'm just going to make a disclaimer right here. I've not played as this character that much. This is like the one character in the game that I have actually yet to scratch the surface with. So that is the main reason why this character is number 8, and that is Batgirl. Now, she is a very fun character to play. I've only actually played as her like 7 times. I'm sure that once I go through and play her DLC, that she's going to go up in my ranking. But for now, she's going to be at number 8 until I actually get more of a grasp on Batgirl's playstyle. But I will say that she is pretty fun to play the very few times that I actually have played.
Okay. Coming in at my number 7 spot, I have Robin. Robin is literally, I'm not gonna lie, as far as gadget-wise, he's a downgrade from Arkham City, but obviously in like play style or gameplay-wise, he's an upgrade. But I just prefer the characters above him as well. Like, I'm not saying he's bad. The only one I'd say is bad is Commissioner Gordon, and maybe in some ways Joker. But other than them, I love playing as the rest of them. It's just I do like the Joker section, and that's what makes it really fun in this game. But that's for Joker. Robin just sucks ass compared to other characters. How about you, Kloud?
Tell them how you really feel.
Oh, I think I just did. How about you, Kloud? Number 7.
My number 7 is Harley Quinn.
Wow.
I think she's just a slightly better version than Catwoman. Like, she can, like, her gadgets, I think, are better than Catwoman's. I think, yeah, her, like, madness, mayhem, like, modes, I think, is just cool. She just has way more offense capabilities. I just think she's a much cooler character. And she's hot. That's why I put her above Catwoman, because she's just a slightly better version.
Okay. Frozen, how about you? Number 7.
Well, just like you, Crimson, I also put Robin here.
Shocker.
Because, well, I got to agree, because I feel like, when it comes to gadgets, he is downgraded from Arkham City, and that's the thing that is unfortunate. But his playstyle's better, and, I honestly like his design more here than I do Arkham City. The only thing I don't like about Arkham Knight's design is the fact that he doesn't have a hood, or that he doesn't have, like, a hooded version. I think that they should have given us, like, a hooded version of the skin. Yeah,
I actually agree with that. Okay. Number 6, I put Batgirl. Now, I gotta explain something. I like Frozen's reaction to every single one. Anyway, Batgirl technically is also a clone of Batman, but her move set is a little different. Obviously, with Azrael and Batman, they're literally a copy and paste of one another, or I should say Azrael is to Batman. But the difference with Batgirl is instead of being very hard and aggressive, she's a little more faster, and she uses her feet slash legs more than Batman with her takedowns, and it makes her feel a little different. But ultimately, Batgirl is very fun to play as, but obviously there's just objectively better characters than her. How about you, Frozen? What is number 6 for you?
Number 6 for me, it's gonna come as a shocker to a bunch of people, so you better brace yourselves because this is a hot take. But this is also, my preference in terms of characters within this series, because I'm not the biggest fan of gun characters, but there is one character that makes an exception. You guys will see that. So number 6 for me is the Arkham Knight. Now listen,
Or Red Hood.
Yeah, or Red Hood. Now listen, guys, I love Arkham Knight / Red Hood. I like how he has Gun Fu, which is an actual form of martial arts, but I just feel like the other characters are a little bit better than him. Well, some are, much better when it comes to like the top 3. But in his case, I really just don't like the fact that this is like the first gun-based character that we get in Arkham, and he has like what, 3 gadgets? Like, he really doesn't have a whole lot to his character. I like his stun, how it's a kick, but other than that, I really don't like Arkham Knight / Red Hood that much. His design is amazing though, and he can be very fun to play as. But when it comes to like Predator challenges, all you really gotta do is spam L2 with him, and you can basically kill anybody that's in front of you, because he basically just does rapid fire shots.
I
feel like
respect that.
I feel like that kind of like eliminates the challenge to Predator challenges, which makes me less likely to choose him when compared to everybody else in the game.
Okay. How about you, Kloud?
For my number 6, I also put Batgirl, because to me it's basically
Finally!
It's basically the Azrael situation, except I think it's worse because Azrael's got less gadgets, but Batgirl's got lesser gadgets. So, she is to a degree more unique, but I just think she's just like the copy and paste of Batman, except it's not a 1-to-1, and she's got lesser gadgets than Azrael. So, and it also has less capabilities with her free flow. So that to me is why I put her number 6. But yeah, she is fun and hot.
Wow. Oh yeah, she's hot too. But I'm not gonna lie, I was very surprised with that. Okay, coming in and halfway through the ranking, number 5, I put Catwoman. Not only is she hot, but Catwoman for me was worse in Arkham City. But in this game, she is a lot better when it comes to play style. True, she only has 3 gadgets, technically 2 if you're only playing the story part, or I should say Riddler's side mission. But Catwoman is just perfect, no pun intended. But she is just she's just very cool. How about you, Kloud? Number 5.
My number 5, I put Nightwing.
Ooh.
Nightwing, I do. Sure. Wasn't that? So Nightwing, I think is cool. It's just, I don't like the facts. I do like his, the sticks that he uses, and I did like using him during the side mission. I thought that was unique. But I just think that like he can't fly or anything like that, so he gets brought down a little bit because he can't glide or anything like that. So that's what puts it down for me, and it does kind of affect those stealth segments. If you want to use them in the challenge maps or anything like that. So
Hmm.
it does. He is unique. I do like him, and I do like his outfits and stuff like that. I do think they are great. Um, but all the other characters above him, I like because of their playstyles and what they have to offer a little bit more.
Right. All right. Coming in at number 4. I'm just kidding, Frozen. Go ahead. Number 4.
Yeah, what the what? You skip me. So my number 5 is gonna be Catwoman. Just like Crimson. I think that they upgraded Catwoman a lot through her gameplay. Her base design looks amazing. Although I do prefer cities a little more. I do still think that she has a good design in Arkham Knight. Gameplay-wise, she's great. Predator-wise, she's great. And one of the things that I've always liked about playing as Catwoman in the Arkham franchise, whether we're talking about city or night, is that she can crawl on the ceilings. I always just thought that that was one of the coolest parts about her character. But the other characters on this list are better, in my opinion.
I agree. All right, coming in at number 4 for real this time, I put Nightwing. Nightwing is obviously the first Robin. He's very unique. The 2 stun sticks I love.
Is.
But I think in a way, gadget-wise, just like Robin, he was also downgraded from City to Night, but upgraded in gameplay.
Yeah.
Only maybe a little bit better than Robin. And that's why he's really high up. And plus, I'm very biased when it comes to Nightwing. But how about you, Frozen? Who is number 4 for you?
Number 4 for me, so if you guys remember earlier when I was talking about the Arkham Knight, which was my 6th spot, I said that I don't really like, gun characters. But in Joker's case, who is number 4, I'm willing to make that exception. Because although in Joker's section it was mostly in first person and you had a shotgun, I thought it was cool trying to hunt down the Batman with a shotgun, trying to shoot the Batman statues, but also getting to see Harley Quinn in the cathedral. It's basically Joker's point of view, what he's seeing, and I like how he gets to, see Harley Quinn at the cathedral, where I think that was where his funeral was, and he's interacting with different things that took place a little bit after Arkham City. It just feels like an amazing trip into the story, into the lore. It kind of helps tie up loose ends, and it actually gives more of a purpose for the Joker in the story. But also we get to drive the Joker-mobile too, which is absolutely amazing. As you guys know, I had that pretty high in my Batmobile ranking. And it leads up to a final showdown between Batman and Joker. We don't get to fight Batman, unfortunately, but we do get a really cool scene, and it just wraps up Batman and the Joker's rivalry perfectly.
Yeah, I definitely agree. All right, number 3. I'm just kidding, Kloud.
Mans was gonna skip him.
So I'm kind of the opposite to Crimson because he prefers Nightwing over Robin. I actually prefer Robin over Nightwing. So my number 4 is Robin. Just because I think he has more capabilities in the Predator sections. He actually has explosive gel. You can glide with him. I like how he has the shield to block, and I like how you can knock people over using your staff. I just think he just shows more capabilities, and it's just more fun to use in both Predator and combat. It doesn't feel awkward to use Robin. Sure, he's got less gadgets like Nightwing does and the other characters, but to me, I just think he is able to is still versatile in both the Predator and combat sections, which is why I put him slightly above Nightwing. It's because you can use him, he can glide, he can use, I think he's got the concussion thing, and he's got his own explosive gel, which Nightwing doesn't have, to knock, to take people out. So he's just like a slightly worse version of Batman.
You know,
I put him above Nightwing.
It's funny that you say that you bring up Predator into this, which is kind of surprising with you, because in other sections you said, I believe it was for the side mission, you said you prefer more of the combat parts. Wouldn't you think that Nightwing is technically more suitable for combat than Predator, even though you're saying you prefer Robin in this case?
I actually prefer Robin even in combat, in the combat sections.
Okay.
Like, Nightwing's cool. The one thing I like about him is that he's got like that kind of multi kind of execution move.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's got that one move where he throws like his sticks about, which are cool. But like I kind of like how like Robin can like do like the swoop move, to like try and take everyone out. And again, I just like his gadget choices more than Nightwing, and just off of the premise that he can glide as well, I think is an important thing, which might be contradictive with who I'm about to talk about next. But again,
well, hey, it's your list. Yeah. So anyway, coming in number 3, I have the Joker. Now let me explain. There he goes. I know he's not available in the challenge maps in this game anyway. Obviously, he was in Arkham Asylum. But I'm not going to lie. The Joker section at the very end, being able to see his ultimate fear and playing it and going against Batman, even though it wasn't really a boss, it was super fun. Shooting the enemies, if you prefer, like Penguin, Two-Face, Riddler. It was just so fun. How about you, Kloud? I want to hear your number 3.
My number 3 is Red Hood. And, I mentioned how my spot for Joker was quite low on my list, because I didn't like the idea of it being basically Call of Duty. But with Red Hood, it was taking the guns and actually making it work for Arkham. Because, he had the quick fire, whenever you tried to do a kind of takedown, he would, like, shoot them. He was, like, a more aggressive play style, which I really like. And the fact that I like, Red Hood as a character. I think it just took the concept of using guns and actually applied it to the Arkham formula. Which I think did it very well, rather than it just being, Call of Duty. But yeah, I would say that the Joker section was cool lore-wise, but gameplay, it was just nothing special. It was just running through the segment and just shooting things. Whereas with Red Hood, you are, mixing up, he is aggressive and he is involved in the guns. When he's taking people down, he's the more aggressive play style, which, I think is great, which is why I've got him as my number 3.
No, that makes sense. I respect that. All right, coming in. I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Frozen. Okay, this is the last time. I promise.
All right, so for me, I put Harley Quinn at number 3. I know that is a hot take, but I do not care. I love Harley. She is honestly...
Listen, just because she's hot doesn't mean that you have to put her in number 3 just
hot.
for that.
No, that's not... No, but I honestly love Harley in this game because of the Jack in the Box, the insane mode. And what really does it for me is her story pack and the classic Harley skin that they gave her. Like the classic Jester suit.
I'm not gonna lie, that skin is definitely growing on me.
Yeah, no, it's honestly one of the best suits in the entire game, and even though that's her only
I wouldn't
skin,
go that far.
It's like, no, that's okay though. But I believe it's one of the best skins in the entire game, and that's like her only alt skin, and I feel like for that being an alt skin is just amazing. Like to me, that's like a 9 or even a 10 out of 10 skin. Like, they nailed that classic skin so much. It's just so awesome seeing it in action. Combat-wise, she's great. Predator-wise, she does loud takedowns, and you actually have to think more quickly on your feet and basically use the 3 gadgets that she has. And, you know, you really got to think fast with her, and it actually makes the Predator sections more challenging, which is what I like. And, those are all the reasons I like Harley. But I like the other 2 more.
Well, I think I know who's everyone number 1 is. But you know what? We're almost there. Number 2 for me, and I think some people could probably figure this out for me, but I put Red Hood in number 2. And it's just for one simple fact only. Yeah, he's killing people, but those guns. It's kind of like what Kloud said. They took the gunplay and they made it work for Arkham, and they really did with Red Hood. Red Hood is so fun to play as, or even the Arkham Knight, whatever you want to call him. Jason is so fun to play as. Like, literally, whenever I was going for my completionist for this game, literally Red Hood was the first one I was able to do everything with, and it was fun, and I can't wait to do it again. How about you, Frozen? What's your number 2?
For me, I'm going to go with Nightwing. And I feel like this is kind of obvious because if you guys know me, I'm a Nightwing guy, and I think I've said this plenty of times on my channel. I think that this should come to no surprise to Crimson and Kloud. You know, I am biased when it comes to Nightwing, but I just love the multi-electrocution ability. Also the ability where he throws his Berserang and it just bounces off of the enemies like a pinball, I think is really cool. And I like how his stun is basically like shocking them with the sticks. I also love his design. You know, he's got like the half face cowl, and then he's also got like these you know, glass-like marble parts on his suit, where like the blue is and some parts of the black is, you know, marble glass-like too. Kind of like Batman, he just got that, you know, modern futuristic suit, and, you know, gameplay-wise, whether we're talking combat or Predator, you know, Nightwing will always be one of my go-to characters. He's got the wrist darts to take people out. There's a lot to like about Nightwing.
Not in this game.
Yeah, that's, yeah, you know.
That's why I put him a little low because of that.
You're right. I forgot about that. He doesn't have wrist darts in this game.
Yeah, I know. They were so good.
No, I'm just kidding.
They were so good too.
They were, honestly. I missed them, and I think that's the one thing that does suck about Nightwing. But everything else is just amazing, and I like that the new 52 skin is here, and the classic Arkham City being here is also amazing.
Mhm. How about you, Kloud?
So you had this person low, but I'll explain why he's there. So for number 2, I've got Azrael, because for the sole purpose of the fact that he literally plays like Batman and he has the best playstyle in the game. He is a downgrade, and I understand he's like a carbon copy, but at the same time, you know, he has a really good playstyle, has good gadgets. You know, he's very good in both combats and Predator for the sole reason because he literally plays like Batman. Obviously, he's not as good as the OG, but for the sole fact that you get to, you know, basically play as a character who plays like Batman, I think it's great. It's basically putting a fresh coat of paint on it. But for the fact that you get to play as a character that is kind of like Batman, but also not, I think it's great. He has more capabilities with his gadgets. You know, he literally just plays like Batman, except the fact that you're not Batman, which is why I put him at number 2.
Well, if you're paying attention, I know what everyone's number 1 is. It's literally the same. And that's the man, the myth, the Bat himself, Batman. Oh, you mother ducker. Well, I think it's very obvious why Batman's number 1, but I'm just going to say it. It's because he's fucking Batman. Mic drop.
Greatest
How about you guys?
explanation ever.
I actually put Kirk Langstrom as my number one.
Oh, shut the duck up.
Kirk Langstrom. What is this, Gotham Knights?
I actually put Oracle
No, I'm
there.
just kidding.
Oh, so Batgirl.
Well, no, I put Oracle.
No, it's Batgirl.
Oracle?
There's Oracle.
How do you...
Your face
I
is
definitely
Oracle.
Do you,
I just
you
like
make phone
how,
calls
you
to
know,
Batman?
I just like the free flow wheelchair mechanics. No, obviously, it's obviously the GOAT.
The GOAT, the myth, the Bat himself, Bruce Wayne.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bruce Wayne's Batman?
No, Batman is Bruce Wayne.
No, obviously.
Ah.
Yeah. Alright, so obviously everyone's number one is Batman.
Yep.
Frozen,
Yeah, no,
why is he
honestly-
your number one?
Well, I mean, he is.
Or did I say it for
He
you?
is the Knight. He is Batman.
Exactly.
Also because he has the most gadgets in the game, the best gameplay, the best combat.
He
the
has
best
every
everything.
gadget in the game.
And there's literally no reason to not use Batman. I feel like he's the ultimate go-to character in this game.
Yeah, definitely. Alright. Well, that was the playable section, or playable character. Alright, second to final ranking that we're all going to do. This is the DLC section. I'm not going to lie. I already know something to do with Clouds, and I can't wait to talk about it. So there are 10 different DLCs stuff that came to this game. Obviously, there's technically more with the skins, the Batmobile skins, different versions of the Batmobile themselves. We ain't counting those because, one, me and Kloud have already done the skin ranking, and two...
This is all stuff to do with story.
Exactly.
DLC.
So there are 10. So coming up, dead last for me, I put one of the Season of Infinity side missions, Shadow War, aka Ra's al Ghul. And it's very simple. I just don't like that we don't have a definitive answer of how it's finished. And plus, I prefer other villains than Ra's al Ghul. I'm not a Ra's al Ghul fan. I don't hate him, but I don't really like him that well either. How about you, Kloud? What is your 10th spot?
So, my least favourite DLC for me is Catwoman's Revenge. To me, I don't, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of Catwoman's playstyle. It's literally a carbon copy of Catwoman's 3 from Arkham City. You go in, you grab key cards, and the lore behind this is also kind of underwhelming. Yes, it's kind of ties things up with the Riddler's Revenge side mission, but the kind of lore is just kind of weak. It's just Catwoman getting her get back, which is obviously the point. But to me, this is just the weakest DLC out of them all.
Okay. What about you, Frozen? Oh, wait. First off, I think Frozen has a disclaimer that he would like to say.
Yes, so I actually have not played through any of the DLCs yet, but I have seen a ton of gameplay on these, and I actually do understand the stories behind these. Some, better than others, but for the most part, I have a very good grasp on what these DLCs are. So this is what my ranking is currently. I also have a second disclaimer here, because I know that we're doing number 10 here. So for my list, I have it as number 7 at the end, but if you want me to, I can just put it as 10 if you want.
I'm assuming you put all the Season of Infinity into one, right?
Yes, that's what I did. So if you want me to, when I get to that one, I can, instead of just saying the Season of Infamy, I can always just kind of go in order from least to greatest.
Yeah, you could do that if you want.
Okay, so for number 10 here, I'm gonna go with Red Hood's Story Pack.
Oh!
this is I know it's probably a bullet, so like
Oh,
majority of Arkham fans' hearts, but
That hurt.
I
That hurt.
oh, my
I'm really
heart
not
literally sank, man.
I'm really not the biggest fan of his. Through a gameplay perspective, it doesn't look like it's something that would interest me all that much, but I mean, again, kind of like if you remember what I said about him as a character, he's not
Oh,
exactly one of my favorite characters to play as, so for that, I am kind of biased with his story DLC. That and the fact that the ending where it's just basically him killing Black Mask. Oh, whoops, spoiler.
10-year-old game.
Yeah, no, exactly. Let's be real. Get over it, you losers. Okay, anyway.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. So, yeah, you know, the ending is just, kind of basic in my opinion, and I didn't really see the need or reason to kill Black Mask, but I kind of get it. Like, it's a revenge story. So in that sense, I get it. Like, he's trying to get revenge. You know, somebody like Red Hood definitely would kill. So in that sense, it makes perfect sense, for his lore and whatnot. But gameplay-wise, it looks the least interesting to me out of all the DLCs. Story-wise, it's okay, but I feel like there are better ones on this list. I just feel like it's kind of basic.
Wow.
But then again, remember, I haven't played it yet, so, you know, that's my take based off of how I saw it, but I'm sure that once I go to play it, it'll probably get raised up.
I'm not gonna lie, Frozen, you're a fook, and you're definitely fired after this.
Yeah.
No.
Wow.
You're fired.
Oh, that
Oh,
hurt
I know it's
me.
Chuck.
That hurt
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Like, I thought I was crazy for putting Shadow of War dead last. Like, that's even more
Well,
crazy
it's mainly
right there.
for, like, a gameplay preference, and it's also because out of all the DLCs, I'm more likely to play that one last. But to my surprise, it could end up being one of my favorite ones by the time I actually do get to play it.
Right. Okay, moving on to number 9. I have Catwoman's Revenge at number 9. And, you know, like Kloud said, it was a rinse and repeat from Arkham City, but not only that, I was okay with that part. And you know what? Surprisingly, I actually like her story around that story pack, and I like the, you know, the Arkham City reference. It's just one thing that ruins it for me, and it's part of the gameplay.
Oh, I know what you're gonna
Literally,
say.
the last little bit, we're at the very end, literally the last fight segment, it was so freaking bad. Like, what were the developers thinking? Like, you literally, like, you have lasers, electric floors. Then not only do you have just like a few of the, you know, assholes running around. No, you have freaking thousands of Riddler bots, it feels like. And it's like, really? Like, come on. Like, holy moly. All of that is just, oh my gosh. It just sucks. What about you, Kloud? What's your number 9?
So, my number 9 spot goes to the Harley Quinn story pack. I think, just like the playstyle, I think in terms of a story pack, it's just a slightly better version than Catwoman's. I think it was just a more intriguing concept of going against, you know, officers. You know, infiltrating this this police station to go grab Poison Ivy, and this is also kind of a prequel because this is about getting Ivy for that meeting that was talked about. And I think another thing that makes it slightly better is the fact that there's a boss fight. You get to fight Nightwing, which I think was also kind of cool. Again, just like the playstyle, I just think it was just put together slightly better. There was just more to offer than Catwoman's. That's why. I've got
Okay.
number 9.
Frozen, number 9?
Number 9 for me is going to be Catwoman's Revenge, because it just looks
And we all thought it was shit.
It's hard. It's hard.
Yeah, it looks hard, but like, it's also just kind of basic. I mean, I do like the story behind it, but I got to agree with Kloud. It's just too similar to Arkham City's DLC, like from what I've seen, and I have a feeling that even after I play this one, it's probably still going to be low. So yeah, that's my 9.
Alright.
Okay. All right, number 8. I also have the Harley Quinn story pack. I'm not gonna lie, or I should say, I have it low as well, is what I meant. But yeah, Harley Quinn for me, like, I like the idea of the backstory. It told how Ivy was being brought to the meeting. It also, you went against cops instead of regular thugs, which I did like that part. But it's really just her play style that brings it down for me, and just ultimately me liking a better certain character over her that makes this one at my number 8. What about you, Frozen? What's your number 8?
Number 8 for me. So this is gonna be maybe controversial again here. It's gonna be flip of a coin, and the reason being
This mother ducker.
The reason being is because out of all the DLC stories, this one, although I have seen gameplay on, is one of the more forgettable ones. Not that it doesn't have any memorable parts, but this is the one I can't really remember as well. But from what I can remember, it does look better than Catwoman's Revenge and Red Hood's. So that's just simply why it's at number 8. I don't really have too much else to say besides...
that's fine. That's fine. We understand that you haven't really played them, so it's okay. All right, Kloud, your number 8?
My number 8 spot is GCPD Lockdown, aka Nightwing's DLC. Now, the reason why I don't ain't too fond of this one is because nothing is really special or screams to me with this one. Like, the main part of this is you're preventing Penguin from getting out of GCPD, which I think is kind of a bit of a letdown because the location's not new. You know, you're fighting thugs. Nothing really feels new with this. The only thing that's new, and which was kind of cool, is this was kind of during the day. So you get to kind of see what Gotham looked like during the day, during this DLC. But that really doesn't bring much to the DLC. The lore wasn't special. You literally just had to go to Gotham to prevent a breakout. And you're back at GCPD, which isn't really that fun in terms of location-wise. So that's why I've got that at my number 8.
Okay. And number 7 for me is the Wonderland side mission in Season of Infamy, so the Mad Hatter side mission. I'm not going to lie, I like the idea of, you know, him taking hostages, but the thing that I would have liked is instead of having, you know, and I'm not trying to be sexist when I say this, but I would have preferred if, I'm okay with him kidnapping cops, but I wish they were girl cops. And here's why. Hear me out. Throughout the whole Arkham games, in Origins, City, even I think in Asylum in his character bio, he was always stating about Alice. You know, he was fascinated about girls. Now, having said that, in Arkham Knight, he kind of fantasizes that Batman is his Alice, which, again, I'm okay with, but at the same time, I wish that don't get me wrong, I know there was one girl that he kidnapped that was a police officer, but I wish they all were, or at least the ones that you do end up saving throughout the map, I wish that they were all girls. And on top of that, just the way that you do it, I mean, yeah, you go around the map to 3 locations on Bleak Island, or around Bleak Island, I should say, and you just find the cop cars and do a mini game, which I was okay with the mini game, but it was just very, what's the right word? Repetitive. And yeah, it got harder, but at the same time, it was still pretty bland to me, bland, But that's ultimately why Wonderland is in my number 7 spot. What about you, Frozen? What's in your number 7?
Number 7 for me is going to be GCPD Lockdown. And although I do love Nightwing, I do not like his DLC. At least not as much as the rest of the DLCs on this list. From the first time I've seen this on YouTube to the most recent, which was literally a couple days ago, this really just isn't that good to me. I mean, it seems like it's the shortest one out of all of them. I could be wrong, but it certainly seems like it is.
Debatable. That's debatable.
Yeah, I feel like it's either that or the Robin one, right? I could be wrong.
No, Red Hood. I think Red Hood might be the shortest one.
Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. Red Hood was
I know which one isn't the shortest.
Oh, I do
That's
too.
Batgirl.
Oh yeah. So in Nightwing's case, I felt like his went by a little fast, but I also could have just been watching people speed run through it. There isn't really much to say about it. You play as Nightwing. There's a whole bunch of combat to it, and it's basically a story that surrounds him and the Penguin. And the ending to it's pretty funny, but it really doesn't seem like there's too much of a reason for this story to get made, and that really sucks because at least like Red Hood's was a revenge story. Robin's had Two-Face involved, and this one did get another iconic villain involved being Penguin, but the way it was executed was just on a very low bar, and I was just expecting more from it story-wise. And, gameplay-wise, it was even a letdown too, honestly.
No, that's understandable. Alright, Kloud, number 7 for you?
My 7th is also kind of how I ranked in terms of playstyle. I've got a flip of a coin, so Robin's DLC. So again, I prefer Robin over Nightwing in terms of their playstyle, so this immediately gravitated to this DLC. But on top of that, I think it was cool in terms of lore. You kind of stop in this kind of like money kind of manufacturing kind of thing, and you're trying to like stop Two-Face. But I think this was kind of better to me because again, it was a new location, something new to experience. Again, Robin was also trying to prove that he can step up to the mantle because of, Batman's gone. So he was trying to prove, I kind of like that conflict. And Oracle was like, you're not him. But Robin was trying to prove to be him, or he can be, step up to be him. I thought it was really good. I didn't like the fact that Two-Face was reduced to a QTE. But again, it's kind of better than the Penguin situation because at least you actually get to engage with him. But yeah, again, it's just a step up from Nightwing's DLC. I think it's just slightly better. Again, I prefer Robin's playstyle, new location. I just think it's all around better, which is why I've got it as number 7.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so number 6, I'm putting GCPD Lockdown at number 6, and it's kind of similar to why Kloud hit GCPD Lockdown low as well. Is it was a repetitive area, which I get, and I don't like that people say that because I'm actually okay with that to a certain extent. On top of the GCPD, I understand that part's reusable. However, I did like the part where you do go inside of GCPD and get that big open Predator room. I did like that part, and even though it's very short, and that's also why it's very low, I enjoyed it. I think it's good, or I should say mid, but it's not as bad as what a lot of people say, at least in my opinion. How about you, Kloud? What is in your number 6 spot?
My number 6, I've got Wonderlands, okay, Mad Hatter's Season Infamy side mission. I just think it's, a solid side mission. I I like how, you know, you were trying to save hostages. I do agree that there was kind of that missing element of Alice from this side mission. But apart from that, I really do like it. You know, again, I'm a combat guy. So you have these cool combat sections during, and it was paying homage to the Rocksteady trilogy, which was great. You were fine in Arkham Asylum, and you know, the
I
thugs
still
were
wish that
different.
there was an Arkham Origins section, though. I still wish that.
Yeah, but again, you know, they had that acknowledgement
Yeah,
in
no, that
Arkham
would've
Knight,
been
but
cool.
again, they also treated it separate.
Yeah, I get it. Just a little wish on my end.
It was meant to be a reflection on Rocksteady's trilogy, which I liked, and how the thugs were also different based because of the game that you were fighting in. I think it was just very solid. Again, that eternal conflict where Mad Hal was trying to prove that Batman's just as mad as him, and then obviously Batman proved him wrong,
Right.
and then dragged his short ass to jail. I think, yeah, it was a very solid DLC, at least in my opinion. That's why I put it at number 6.
Frozen number 6?
Number 6 for me is going to be the Harley Quinn story pack. And the reason I put it at 6 here, you know, some would say, like, that's a little too high, but honestly, I'm gonna have to disagree, but then again, you know, keep in mind, also haven't played it. At least from a gameplay side of things, it definitely looks like it's going to be, maybe not the one that I like the most out of all the DLC missions, but maybe one that I do like more than, like, you know, Nightwing and, Robin, for example, or even Red Hood. And I say that because of the fact that you can feed policemen to Venus flytrap plants. And like Crimson said earlier, I do like the story. You know, I think that it's cool how it basically ties up loose ends, and it basically shows you, you know, how they got Poison Ivy to the meeting. This was basically like all the villains coming together full circle. That's basically what this does. It brings everything together, and I think it was cool that you also get to fight Nightwing. I think that the fact that there was a Nightwing boss fight was really cool, and I know that a lot of people are probably going to say that, yeah, but wasn't that great? And, you know, that might be the case, but I just still think it's cool that you get to fight him. And until I play it, this is where the Harley Quinn Story Pack DLC is going to go.
All right, we're halfway done. Look at that. Number 5 for my list, we got Beneath the Surface. Now...
He's like, what? Absolutely flabbergasted.
Stunned by that.
Okay, hear me out now. I love the Killer Croc fight. In fact, this might be a hot take and kind of a spoiler for the boss's ranking, but Killer Croc, I prefer him over Albert King any day, even though he was a copy and paste of that boss fight just with Nightwing. I don't care. Killer Croc was amazing. I do like the lore behind the story of him getting bigger, getting a tail. I do like the side mission. In fact, once again, you bring in a side character as a Nightwing, and you get to play majority of this side quest with him. That's why I like it. But there's just obviously better story or side missions or even DLCs that are better than this. How about you, Frozen? What is your 5th spot?
5th spot for me is going to be A Matter of Family, Batgirl. This is probably controversial here because I feel like for a lot of people this would be like, you know, number 1. But you'll soon see, you know, what, you know, comes after that, what comes after this one, and what my number 1 eventually is. So, now hold on a minute. I understand, like, you know, it might not make much sense to put this here because I think story-wise, it has the best.
I need a minute.
It has the best story out of, you know, all the DLC stories. But you know, you gotta think, you know, because you guys gotta remember, we gotta keep this in mind. Not only have I not played the DLCs, but I also have not really played Batgirl that much. So I feel like, at least with the other characters, like I've actually played them, so I can kind of get a feel to like how their, gameplay would be in the DLCs a little bit. But for Batgirl, I'm kind of completely clueless. So based off of the gameplay, it looks amazing.
I have a question for you.
What's that?
Have you played Batman?
Yes, I've played Batman.
Well, then you can play Batgirl.
Like, I need to point out that I was stunned with Crimson's answer, because I didn't realize it was going to pay that low. I got kind of off guarded, and then I got freaking double stunned by Frozen's,
Flashbang,
and then I was just kind of killed off just then.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this is a DLC that should be higher, but the main reason I'm putting it here is because I've only really played as Batgirl like maybe 10 times total. Like, I have hardly any experience with her. I do have some experience with Robin. I do like the fact that in her DLC you got to play as both Robin and Batgirl, and I like how they were a team and you had to, disarm bombs and stop a super fast carnival wheel from spinning. I thought that stuff was cool. One thing that I'm not the biggest fan of, though, hot take here, I'm not a fan of the top hat Joker.
Oh my gosh!
Because
oh my gosh!
I don't know, something to do with the top hat just makes him look a little bit more like the Mad Hatter and somewhat loony to me. I just don't picture Joker with a hat, but that's also my preference. I do think that it was nice that they used the classic Harley. I think that was a nice touch, and the rest of the DLC story looks good, story and gameplay wise. But for the sake of me not really playing Batgirl, and the fact that I also haven't played this like the others, is the reason why it's here. But I definitely do feel like it's going to be raised significantly, because a lot of people do say that this is the best one, and I would absolutely love to agree with them. But for right now, I'm just going to put it here.
I just want to point out, he's putting that low because of a hat.
No. It's mainly because I haven't played Batgirl as much as the other characters.
Kloud, did you even go for number 5?
No.
Okay.
Give me a minute.
I don't even know what to say to that. That is an extreme hot take right now. That's kind of a spoiler for my number 1, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
My number 5, I've got Shadow War.
Oh, this mother trying to outdo me.
So, from here on out, I've got nothing but praises for these. The Ra's al Ghul one I did like. It was kind of building upon that kind of Talia al Ghul storyline, where Batman was having this kind of moral obligation to whether he should save Ra's al Ghul for Talia or let him die. And I thought it was really great. I like how there was detective work again, which initiated the side mission where he was doing this detective trail, which kind of reminded me of Arkham City, where you were like following the blood trail. I thought that was great. Again, there was a new location, which was inside the Elliott's Memorial Hospital. I thought that was great. You get to meet Talia's sister, Nissa, which I think was also great as well. And I know Crimson, would like a conclusive answer. To me, it kind of brings the thrill to the side mission. Is I like how it kind of leads up to interpretation, because it makes the player think, what would you think Batman would do? Would you save Ra's, or would you let him die? And again, it kind of is cool to see what ending that leads to, which is why I've got that at my number 5.
I just want to point out, yeah, I do wish, because I'm okay with having a cliffhanger, but eventually you need to, like, come out and say, or even, like, maybe in the next game be like, oh, okay, so this ending was canon because of this, I just wish that we would finally get an answer to which one is, canon. That's why, and that's not the only reason why. Obviously, it's just I prefer other story packs or even DLCs above Shadow of War. And let me just point out again, if I included the DLC skins or even the DLC Batmobiles or Batmobile skins, Shadow of War would have beaten probably all of them. So just keep that in mind. I don't hate it. It's just bottom of the DLC list that I have for today. But anyway, number 4, I have Flip of a Coin, Two-Face, Robin Story Pack. I'm not gonna lie, it was fun. It's Two-Face, except he's still Robin Banks, basically, or after money. It's like, come on now. But it was still fun because obviously it continued the Robin proving himself. I did enjoy that part. I enjoyed the sections of the game. I did enjoy the that one section where you had to maneuver around some miniguns, or not minigun, a minigunner, I should say, and the turrets. I thought that was a pretty cool puzzle. Even after 1,000 times of playing it, I still like it to this day. Robin's just a good character for that story pack. But yeah, that's my number 4. How about you, Kloud? We're gonna skip Frozen for this time because he just disappointed me.
What the duck?
So, for my number 4, I've got the Red Hood story pack.
This mother ducker.
I really do like Red Hood. I really do like the fact that he's kind of going by his terms and cleaning up Gotham, and he's trying to hunt down Black Mask. You know, he's being intimidating, he's interrogating people, and he's like, "Do I look like Batman to you?"
That was a cool line.
Yeah. And again, when he finally catches up to Black Mask and he actually kills Black Mask, and he's like, "Say I'm the Joker for me." I think it was just, although it's, you know, one of, if not the shortest out of all these, it's just badass through and through, from start to finish. Which is why. But the reason why it's short of top 3 is because the story and the gameplay of all of them, I would say, is better than all of these.
Okay. And coming in at number 3, I'm gonna put. I'm just kidding.
No.
Go ahead.
So for me, I'm gonna have to go.
Yeah, no one cares, Frozen.
Gonna have to go with In From the Cold, and I know that putting that above a Matter of Family is crazy. I just want to make this clear here. So not only is Batgirl's lower because of the fact that I haven't played hers, I just want to say this too, but it's simply because the rest of these DLCs just interested me more. So I just want to keep that in mind here, when it comes to these. And when it comes to In From the Cold, that DLC is honestly pretty cool. I mean, you get to literally drive on ice and snow, you know, fight tanks on ice and snow.
Someone would say that.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is, like, because I love ice and snow, but I also like Mr. Freeze. I think Mr. Freeze is one of the greatest Batman villains. He's honestly my second favorite Batman villain of all time. So that's simply why this would interest me more.
Who's your first?
Number 1 is Deathstroke. But anyways,
oh, that's right.
So that's why I like this. There's not really a whole lot I can say. I mean, I like the ending where you have to try to, like, I'm trying to remember here. Are you trying to escape off the ice island, or are you trying to get closer to something? I think you are trying to escape, though.
Trying to survive.
Yeah,
you're really just trying to help refreeze his wife. But
yeah.
turns out. So basically, he has to detonate the ship that has all of his equipment on it to save his wife. In the end.
Okay.
But it's a happy ending, to be honest.
Yeah. But it's it's just amazing getting.
So just a full disclaimer, real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt Frozen, but when Frozen said he watched it the other day, I was able to play all the story packs for him, and I told him to watch my live stream that I did for the Season of Infinity missions because I didn't have a save file ready. So I don't know if he did. It doesn't seem like he did.
Yes.
But
No, I
Oh, you
did. It's
did?
just, yeah, it's
Okay.
just, you know, I had a hard time remembering there.
okay, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Um,
So that's just a quick disclaimer. I was the one to help him have an idea of what these DLCs are. But anyway.
yeah, no, that's my number 4 there.
All right. Well, coming in at top 3, number 3, I have Red Hood Story Pack. I'm not gonna lie. There goes his ooh. I'm not gonna lie. Red Hood, obviously, I think you all saw it coming. He's just, even though it is arguably the shortest story pack, and maybe not the one with the best name, you know, it's literally just Red Hood Story Pack. But not only do you get, you know, kind of like what Kloud said, you get ultimate, like, badass from start to finish. I mean, you literally start by having Red Hood literally pull glass out of his pants because he just breaks in through a glass ceiling. Like, come on, that's just so badass. On top of that, you get to use the guns a lot. In fact, whenever you want, and they made it work in free flow. Obviously, the Black Mass boss fight was just amazing. But what I also like about this, and not a lot of people know about this, is that there is actually a reference to a villain in that story pack if you listen and you take your time in the Predator section, which is Killer Moth, the one enemy that I've always wanted to see in the Arkhamverse. So the fact that he's mentioned just states that he's definitely in the universe. I just want to see him and maybe even fight him at one point. I know he's not the best of villain, but I still want to see it.
Red Hood kills him.
Well, hey, they could still do prequel stuff. But if you remember, and I'm sorry to bring up this game, but Suicide Squad did also reference Killer Moth.
Boop.
So,
Boop.
I mean, you know, just because they think Killer Moth is dead doesn't mean that he is. I mean, look at this. Poison Ivy died, and once again, they brought her back. So, just want to point that out. Anyway, the Red Hood story pack, I love the boss fight with Black Mask. How about you, Frozen? What is your number 3?
Number 3 for me is going to be Shadow War, because I actually like Ra's al Ghul as a villain.
Where are you?
I mean, I don't know if he's in my top 5. He would probably be somewhere in my top 15 or 20 villains. But I do still like Ra's al Ghul. I think he's a great villain. The story that surrounds this DLC, you know, does interest me quite a bit. And I do like the story that's being told. You know, Ra's al Ghul is back. The last time we seen him, the dude literally impaled himself with a sword. And now he's back. He's resurrected, and Batman's got to take him down. You know, the balance of power within the League of Assassins has shifted again once more. And it's just cool to see him back, but you know, his boss fight was also pretty cool too. I remember seeing gameplay off of that. And out of all the DLCs, he's one of the DLC bosses that I honestly just can't wait to... What's that?
He didn't have a boss fight.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Because...
Yeah. No boss fight, Frozen. You do fight some ninjas either in front of... Well, actually, yes, in front of him, but you don't fight him. You get a cutscene depending on what ending you do, where they do fight in a cutscene, but there's no boss fight.
Oh, okay, apologies, folks. For some reason, thought that there was a boss fight.
You're thinking of Killer Croc.
Yes, I am. That is an amazing boss fight. You know, I honestly can't wait to play through Ratio Goals part though. I do apologize again, guys. I think the reason I must have thought that was because sometimes.
Very simple. You didn't play it.
Well, yeah, but also because when I had seen gameplay of it, because I know what you're talking about. Like I seen the cutscene where Batman fought Ra's al Ghul, and for some reason, I vaguely remember somebody saying that there were 4 boss fights in the Season of Infamy, but clearly they were wrong because you can't fight Ra's al Ghul unless if there's a sub boss in Ra's al Ghul's.
Well, actually, in Season of Infamy, there's only 1.
Well, some people say 2 because of Mad Hatter, but
I mean, I guess you could kind of, you could kind of count him. But yeah, out of what I did see from Ra's al Ghul's, campaign there, the story does interest me. After hearing that it doesn't have a boss fight, it's kind of a bummer, not gonna lie. That's gonna have to, when I play that, I feel like that's definitely gonna lower it. Not because, it doesn't have a boss, but I feel like with a bunch of these having either bosses or some form of a boss, I definitely feel like that makes a lot of these better. And I definitely feel like down the road the Batgirl DLC is going to be higher than this because, wow, that's pretty disappointing, not going to lie. But the story does interest me, I will say.
Okay. Kloud?
So, my number 3 is In From the Cold, Mr. Freeze's side mission. Again, I do like the idea of having stuff left open for interpretation, stuff with cliffhangers, but at the same time I do like conclusive endings, and I think seeing the conclusive kind of journey of Mr. Freeze was very great, of, again, trying to save his wife because that's all he cares about. I think one of the most powerful scenes in these DLCs is Mr. Freeze finally, he's growing as a character and he's trusting Batman. Where the last time we saw him in both Origins and City, he wasn't on good terms and he was fighting him. But in this, it was different because Mr. Freeze was going to fight him because he needs his wife back. And then Batman just turns around and says, if you trust them, take your shot. And then Freeze realizes that, he's going to have to rely on Batman and trust him because Batman's not letting him down. And then Batman once again saves his wife. And unfortunately, he couldn't save his wife technically because all of his equipment had to be destroyed in order to actually save Batman and his wife in that moment because he was overwhelmed with tanks, so he had to blow everything up to save his wife in that moment, which did cost him from saving his wife long term, so his wife was eventually going to die, but at least they get to have this kind of conclusion together, which again was, I think, beautifully written, which is why it's made it to my top 3.
Very well said. Well, my number 2 is, In From the Cold. In From the Cold is definitely the best out of the Season of Infamy. Obviously, just like they said, Mr. Freeze's relationship with Batman starts in Arkham Origins. Obviously, they weren't on any terms at all. They didn't know each other. And they went from fighting them to Arkham City, to where, you work with Freeze to make the cure. You find his wife, but you also fight him because he wants you to, instead of asking Batman, listen, I need your help finding my wife, instead of just, asking for help, he's trying to force him, and it commences a boss fight, and plus Batman needed the cure, to Arkham Knights being where, okay, Batman is the reason why my wife got taken. He's also the answer to finding her and saving her, but which way am I going to go? Do I take the shot and bring him to militia, or do I work with him and ask him this time? to find my wife, you know? And, you know, after getting your ass kicked in Arkham City, he went with the right choice, obviously. You know, he obviously finally understood that Batman doesn't necessarily need to be an enemy, doesn't need to be a friend neither, but I like to think that they do end up being friends by the end of especially this side mission. And the fact that, you know, Mr. Freeze did ask, he was like, you know, just like Kloud said, he was like, oh, you know, my wife was taken, and it's all because of you. And he says, they said I will have her back if I bring them the bats. And just like Kloud said, he says, if you trust them, Victor, take the shots. And you could just see that Victor was like, he wants to shoot him, but he's thinking, no, I'm not going to do it this time. And he's, instead of, you know, fighting him, he just goes, Batman, please find my wife. And Batman just says, don't worry, Victor, I'm going to find her. And then they start working together. It's just amazing. Very amazing. But how about you, Frozen? What is your number 2?
Number 2 for me is going to be Wonderland, because that just is amazing. Every time I see I believe it's a book, if I'm not mistaken, almost, where you're kind of like walking on the pages or running on the pages in this case, getting to like replay sections of, you know, Asylum and City, you know, like
Even
you have
night.
the. Wait, what?
And there's a night page.
Oh yes, and that's right. There's a night page as well. But I was talking about those two. But yeah, no, you're right. There's a night page as well. Kind of like Kloud said earlier, this is basically paying homage to the past games, and it basically is just one big nostalgia trip. And that's one of the things that I thought was really cool about this. And it's kind of like a Mad Hatter boss fight in a way. You know, not in the same traditional way, but in a way it kind of is. And, you know, story-wise, it does interest me, but not as much as, this next one, and you shall soon see what my number 1 will be.
Kloud, your number 2?
So, for my number 2, I have got Beneath the Surface, which is Killer Croc's side mission. And the reason why I like it is just there's something about it where it's got like this horror element to it, where you're like, you know, in this crash down ship and you're investigating what's happened. And then you realise that Croc has escaped. So you thought, oh, this is just another typical Croc situation here. But there's more to it, and as you uncover the kind of truth, which is like Croc's this poor soul that has been experimented on and illegally just been tortured by, you know, the guards and the warden. And he's just trying to get revenge because he's been unfairly mistreated. And Batman's also trying to help, you know, he realizes that Croc's not the enemy, but he is someone he has to fight because, you know, Croc will kill this man. And, you know, you team up with Nightwing. To me, this houses the best boss fight, not only within the DLCs, but within the game. This is like my favourite boss fight, like, pretty much hands down.
Wow.
You know, I'm not, you know, again, I prefer Robin over Nightwing. But, yeah, I do agree that this is better than Albert King. You know, you're working together, you're beating up Croc, you know, you're jumping off him and you're trying to, like, take him down. You know, and that final dual team takedown where you're like, you know, Nightwing's pulling him and then Batman jumps up and then knocks him out, I think was a very cool thing. But again, it was a very strong story as well, where, you know, Batman's trying to get justice for his villains, even someone like Killer Croc. because it's not like, oh, he's bad, he has to go down. He knows that Croc's, even though he's doing bad, he's not really the bad guy in this situation. Which is why I really like this story. But obviously, it's not my number one, which we'll know why.
Well, my number one is the Batgirl story pack, or A Matter of Family. And Frozen, now that we're finally on this for me, you can go duck yourself and shove that right up your candy ass. Anyway, obviously the Matter of Family story pack is just so good. It's an Arkham Asylum prequel. You get to play as Batgirl. It brings Batgirl to Arkham Knight, and it's just so fun. And on top of that, the Harley Quinn and Joker fight at the very end is just so good. So good. But yeah, that's my ranking for the DLCs. Frozen, what's your number one? I can't wait for this.
For me, it's going to be Beneath the Surface. And the
Okay,
reason
I'm not
being
mad.
Is because I'm a big Killer Croc guy, and kind of like Kloud was saying, there's a horror-esque within the map, within just the way everything was dealt with this story-wise. Even, gameplay-wise, it's very good. And that Killer Croc boss fight is one of my favorite boss fights in the entire Arkham series. I've not experienced it yet, but it looks like it's a lot of fun. And I do like the fact that, they got Nightwing involved with it as well. That honestly makes it even better for me because I'm a really big Nightwing fan, as you guys know. And seeing as...
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Well, in case if you didn't know,
really?
you do not know this kid. But, the fact that they put my number one favorite character to play as in the game being Batman, and my second favorite character being Nightwing, in that, in that section was just absolutely amazing. And, it actually is like a dark tale on Killer Croc, and it's honestly probably the best Killer Croc story we have, besides, like, maybe the one that was told in the animated series. Not to say that his part in Asylum was bad, but honestly, he has a much bigger role here in Night, and, although I do like his past designs better, I do still like this one too. I do like what they did, how they, like, made him more monstrous, and he's got all these different spikes. He's got, like, a spiky spine, and he's also got, like, this really long tail, and he's a lot more like a crocodile. This is, like, the most monstrous-looking Killer Croc that we've ever seen, and I honestly hope that we get more monstrous Killer Crocs like this in the future, and I really hope that he comes back in a future Arkham game as well.
All right, Kloud, your number one?
So my number one is obviously also the A Matter of Family DLC, aka Batgirl's DLC, Frozen, fuck you. This is, again, it just builds the lore, and it does it in a different way. This is a prequel to Arkham Asylum, where Batgirl is about, and she's, trying to save, her dad and all these other officers in this great map that you actually get to explore. Being this, like, amusement park, and you're accompanied by Robin, and you're trying to, like, save everyone. And it's just great. And you're like, again, it's like 2-on-2, where it's Batgirl and Robin versus Joker and Harley, and it's just great. And then you have this, like, moral dilemma of where, like, especially, like, when Joker says, what would Batman do? Because, again, it's about proving that you could do what Batman can, and you don't have to always rely on him, which I think was, again, great. Again, building that lore in the Arkhamverse, especially before not only Arkham Knight, but, hit the whole trilogy, where you see what, some lore before even Arkham Asylum. It was just great. Again, it had the most amount of content as well. It's just the best DLC by far, 100%.
Oh yeah.
Frozen, duck you.
Okay, I just want to say this. In my defense...
No, there's no defending what you did. There is no defense.
Well, hold on. I can make it a little bit better because, you know, my original list, which only had 7, A Matter of Family was second place in my list. Because, if you guys remember, I included the Season of Infamy together. So if we're going off of my original list, A Matter of Family isn't actually number 5 like it is in the ranking that we just did.
Oh, is it?
It's actually number 2.
Oh, I still don't forgive you.
Right.
Wow, I raised it up by like, what, 3 spots? And that's still
Nope.
not good?
Nope.
Nope.
I would like to believe second place is a little bit better now.
I mean, it is, but it's still technically, what, 5th, 4th place, whatever it is?
Well, yeah, I
And-
mean, in our ranking it is, yeah. But
well,
originally,
you're ranking. Me and Clouds are at least first, you pook stick.
Yeah, and I mean, I definitely do need to play that, and you know,
That video
honestly,
was an hour.
after hearing everything that you guys have said about A Matter of Family, makes me want to play that one first. But also, every time I see gameplay of it, it just... It's honestly amazing, and I like the dynamic between Batgirl and Robin. You know, it is truly amazing, and I can't wait to dive into that in the other DLCs.
I can't wait for you. And finally, we made it to the final section of the video. It's been a process, right, guys? You know what?
Yeah.
Who cares? Anyway.
He said, "Yeah, who cares?"
I did. Anyway, so in our final section, we have bosses. So I guess I will go first. So we have 14 bosses. Coming in at dead last in the number 14th spot, I am putting the APCs for that one side mission called Armored and Dangerous. And I'm not going to lie, I didn't want to include them, so I'm going to give the floor to Kloud because he really wanted to include them. But I just don't like them. There we go. Kloud, what about your 14th?
My 14th is gonna go to Frozen's favorite villain, Deathstroke. It is shit. I don't like the fact that it just copy and pastes the Cloudburst boss fights. I just don't really like how there's so much build up to it with all the side missions you have to do to unlock this boss fight. For it to just be a copy and paste, it is awful.
Yeah.
All right, Frozen, how about your 14th?
Alright, so for my number 14th spot, I'm gonna have to go with Mr. Jason Todd, aka the Arkham Knight. And there's a good reason why this was last place for me. And it's quite simple.
Oh, no.
I didn't like playing tag with Jason Todd.
Not
I
again.
really didn't.
Not again.
I thought I had the wild takes.
No, see, because
Wow.
when I was, like, whether we're talking when I was younger or now, I've never liked that boss fight. But simply because I feel like it's even more of a letdown than Deathstroke. Like, Deathstroke's a letdown, but it's not nearly as much of a letdown as fighting the Arkham Knight.
Dude,
The
you are
Arkham Knight-
smoking something.
Nah, because they tease the fact that you get to have this big grand fight with him, and it's just playing tag on the gargoyles. And what do you do again? An inverted takedown on him? Or is it a takedown on the gargoyle? It's the weirdest boss fight in Arkham history, and nobody can tell me otherwise.
Oh no,
But-
you're wrong on that one. And that, wow, that's a hot take. Wow. I'm just in
Just as though I
disbelief.
thought I couldn't get any more stuns.
Like,
It's really not even a boss fight, though. Like, when you think
oh,
about it. I don't see how going from gargoyle to gargoyle's a boss.
Just for context, he's put the other 3 above.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my number 14.
Mm.
Okay. My 13th, I actually had to do some changing here. but I'm going with, at number 13, Deathstroke. Just like Kloud said, the build-up was just a big letdown. I feel like he is just, well, he's just a big letdown. There's no way to put it. Like, in Arkham Origins, you had the ability to actually fight him, and it was a good fight. It was actually challenging. And meanwhile, in this, it was literally just a Deathstroke. That's right. He was just a big letdown. The build-up sucked. It was the Batmobile fight, and that's all I have to say since I kind of got sidetracked there. All right, Frozen, what's your 13th spot?
13 for me is also going to be Deathstroke, because although I do like Deathstroke, I did not like Deathstroke here. And it's basically just for the same reason. I mean, the build-up to literally nothing, not even a QTE, just a really quick 5-second cutscene of Batman taking down Deathstroke and then putting him in the back of his car. Probably one of the biggest letdowns in the Arkham series.
Okay.
That's all I gotta say.
Kloud, what about you? Number 13.
My number 13, I'm giving it to Two-Face.
Oh, that's criminal.
Well, let's think about this. He is literally just a basic thug, armored thug. There's nothing unique about him at all. It was a downgrade from his fight with Catwoman in the City DLC. He doesn't even have a unique gun or anything like that. He is literally just an armed thug. There's nothing unique about him at all.
Okay. Well, my number 12 is going to be Albert King. Here he goes again. Anyway, thanks, Frozen. Yeah, but Albert King is literally like, I like the ability to do it with Robin, but other than that, I just don't like it. It's just a weaker version of Killer Croc, in my opinion. Even though Albert King came first, I just don't like it. It's the fact that I just don't like it. I don't really have a good reason. I just don't like it. So yeah, Frozen, your number 12th spot.
Number 12 for me is going to be Professor Pig. But I feel like this shouldn't be that surprising to you guys, since I literally did say that the Professor Pig side mission was like one of my least favorite ones.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also just not like the biggest fan of Professor Pig in Arkham, like story-wise. I understood that they were trying to do something a little bit different with him, and I do like the horror-esque of his mission, but other than that, the boss fight itself, I felt like there could have been a little bit more to it. I do like the detective work to it, but other than that, I was just expecting a little bit more, kind of like I said when I was ranking his side mission.
Right. Kloud, your number 12?
My number 12, I'm gonna give it to also Professor Pig.
Wow.
Because, again, I really enjoyed the side mission. You know, I love the detective aspects and it concluding to that new character. But you don't really get to lay hands on him. It's just all about, you know, just blocking his hits. And it's just really countering him rather than fighting him. You really just are fighting his dolls instead of actually fighting him. You get a cool little like environmental takedown on him, which is cool. But the fact that you can't really put hands on him is why he is this low on my list.
Makes sense. Okay. Well, coming in at the 11th spot for me is Professor Pig. Kind of the same thing that you guys said. Oh, Frozen didn't want to go to ooh. I was expecting that, man. Anyway, so yeah, Professor Pig, You don't really lay your hands on them except for an environment takedown, and even then, it's not that good. But yeah, Kloud, what about your number 12? Or yeah, number 12.
Already did my number 12.
No, he means 11.
I meant 11. I meant 11. Sorry.
My number 11 is going to be Firefly. And, you know, it's for similar reasons. I mean, I like the fact that you get to chase him. But then when you get to wait for his fuel to run out, you then get to actually eject from the battle and then just like beat the crap out of him. I think it's cool, but it's kind of a little bit repetitive. You're kind of just doing the same thing over and over again. It's nothing like new. It doesn't conclude to an actual fight, like you know with Origins. Again, kind of like Deathstroke. It's a downgrade from his debut in Origins. It just really wasn't that great. But I would say it is fun because I do enjoy chase sequences with the Batmobile.
Okay. Frozen, your number 11.
11 for me is going to be the APCs, because they were annoying and tedious. But at least I could tolerate them more than the boss fights that I ranked under them, because I felt like they were more of boss fights, they offered more of a challenge. And yeah, they were annoying, like I said, but I honestly would prefer them over, Professor Pig, Deathstroke, and Jason Todd. Because I just feel like there was more to them. And you guys know me, I'm not obviously the biggest fan of, like, the tank, but at the same time, I think that I would prefer the APCs over them.
Okay. So coming in the top 10, number 10, I have Firefly. And it's kind of the same reasons for Kloud. Obviously, you just chase him around and then you get to beat him up 3 times, which at least you get to beat him up. That's why I feel like top 10 is worthy. But how about you, Frozen, number 10?
The Arkham Knight drill vehicle. It's a great vehicle battle, but I really don't like a lot of the vehicle battles. I will say that the drill vehicle offers probably, like, the most difficult challenge out of all of them. So in that aspect, I like it. That's what I actually liked about it, but I just don't really like the tank bosses, but I also can't really remember too much from them. I remember this one requiring you to destroy, like, 3 different parts of the tank for some reason. I mean, I could be wrong, but I remember having to do something like 3 times, and it yeah, it was it was a little bit of an annoying process, I'll say, but I don't think it was as annoying as the APCs, because with the APCs there was a lot more of them, so at least with the drill it was just one that you had to worry about, and there was a couple of objectives that you had to do that made it a little bit more challenging, because just when you thought you were done, something else popped up. It was like they added, bullcrap on top of bullcrap on top of, is this boss ever gonna end? I remember when I was younger, feeling like that when I played through this for the first time, going against the drill, and I legit died like probably 20 times before I finally beat it. So that's why it's pretty low on the list.
All right, Kloud, top 10?
My number 10 spot is I'm giving it to the APCs. I just think that in terms of engagement, when it comes to the chases, I think that it was just more engaging in comparison to Firefly. I mean, yeah, you're not really putting hands on anyone, but you are, trying to like chase this car down, which is taking a beating, and you actually are firing at the truck rather than because you can't hit Firefly. And you've got all these other trucks that are kind of, getting in your way as well. So you can like knock them to one side, which, I do appreciate. I do think that there is a little too many of them. But the fact that there is, more encounters with them is also why I like it over someone like Firefly, which was only a couple times.
Okay. Number 9, I'm putting the Arkham Knight helicopter at Ace Chemicals. And I'm not gonna lie, this was technically the first boss with the Batmobile in the game, and it was good, but just I prefer other ones that are above it. And on top of that, because it is a tank battle, that's why it's kind of low, like lower than say his base, like him himself, his boss battle, or even Two Faces. I don't care what Kloud says. And speaking of Kloud, what is your number 9?
My number 9, I'm gonna give it to the Arkham Knight helicopter.
Oh. Ooh.
I think it was a good utilization of the Bat tank, and this is the intro boss fight. This is the first boss fight in the game, which I think was a solid boss. And it really, put you on your feet when you're in the car, which I thought was, good utilization for a first boss fight, which is why it made it to my top 10.
There you go. Okay. Frozen, your number 9 spot?
Number 9 for me is going to be the Arkham Knight Cloudburst. So
oh wow, we're all putting something Arkham Knight related.
So the Arkham Knight Cloudburst was a pretty fun boss. I mean, you had 5 different Cobra tanks that you had to destroy, and then you had to disable the tank's main gun by destroying its coolant lines, which I thought was pretty cool. It offered a good challenge. Maybe not as much as the drill vehicle, but I think that's kind of what I liked about the Cloudburst, was that it was a little bit easier, had a little bit of a challenge, but it wasn't too easy, but it also wasn't too hard, if that makes sense. I feel like that one was just right, especially like when you play this boss on like normal. And so for that reason, I'm gonna put it there.
Okay. Well, something I just realized with my ranking, and you guys will find out here in a little bit, because coming in number 8, I am putting the Arkham Knight drill. That's right. It's not his next one, but I'm putting his, the one right before you fight himself in that Predator room. And the reason why I put this one above the helicopter is because at least this one, because I'm more of a stealth guy, technically this is a stealth boss. And the reasoning for that is because you don't go and, you could shoot at him, but it doesn't affect his vehicle. You have to run away from him, meaning you have to be stealthy to get his attention, then go into the runaway mode and set a trap for him with those bombs at the end of each tunnel. You got to do that 4 times altogether. And I just prefer that over the helicopter, if I'm being perfectly honest. But yeah, that's my number 8 spot. How about you, Frozen? Okay, so Frozen, what is your number 8 spot?
Number 8 for me is going to be the Arkham Knight helicopter. The reason I put this above the other 2 vehicles, and I realize this is probably going to be a hot take to some, because for some people they thought it was annoying how you had to try to lock onto the helicopter. I didn't mind it, because for the most part I really didn't have any issues with it, and I honestly thought it was just a great way to introduce the vehicle bosses. I thought it was a little bit strange that the first boss with the Batmobile was a flying vehicle, such as this helicopter, but I also thought it was kind of different. I feel like a lot of us would have expected it to be some type of a tank because, up until we fought the helicopter, all we've been fighting had been the tanks. So I feel like having it be a helicopter was just a nice way to kind of break things up, and that's honestly what I liked about it. But also I like the design of the helicopter more than like the 2 tanks.
Yeah.
And so that's why I put this at 8, because honestly I had fun with it.
Okay. Kloud, number 8.
My number 8 spot, I gave it to the Cloudburst boss fight. And the reason why I put the Cloudburst here is because I really did enjoy the fact that, you know, it was kind of like a hit and run situation.
Yeah.
Because obviously the Batmobile wasn't powerful enough to face him one on one. So you had to like damage and then, you know, dip in the fight, and I like the kind of setting. It was like Gotham, but it was, you know, covered in fear toxin, which was kind of cool. It just felt like this fight was more appropriate and had better lore behind it compared to the Deathstroke one. And it wasn't like tedious building up to it. So I would say, yeah, this is where I would put the Cloudburst boss fight.
Very interesting. It's very interesting because coming in my number 7th spot is the Arkham Knight Cloudburst tank.
Wow.
So I know, right? So if you guys notice, I literally put Arkham Knight boss fight back to back to back, and obviously the Cloudburst is here because, well, out of all the vehicle missions or vehicle boss fights, this one just is amazing. It's literally like the best out of all of them, at least in my opinion. How about you, Kloud? What is your number 7?
My number 7th spot, I gave the Arkham Knight drill. So I preferred this fight over the Cloudburst fight because, you know, when I was first playing, I thought, you know, we just had this big boss fight with the Arkham Knight, and I thought, you know, I was expecting we was gonna fight him later, you know, sooner rather than later in person, but then you get blindsided, and you see this big ass, you know, drill, and you know he's chasing you down in these tunnels, and you know, Batman has to face him, and he's trying to, you know, lead him through these tunnels, you know, into these bombs. I just think, you know, it's kind of a more intense kind of fight. And yeah, again, it was kind of like you said, the stealth kind of thing, which I thought was kind of cool. And I just think it was just more an intense fight than the Cloudburst fights, which is why I have it slightly above the Cloudburst.
Okay. Frozen, you're number 7?
Two-Face.
Oh, this mother.
Gonna go with Two-Face. I know some people don't really like Two-Face that much, and I will agree with Kloud, you know, he basically was just, you know, an armored thug. But Two-Face is, you know, one of my favorite Batman villains, just like Crimson. I mean, he's not, you know, like my favorite, but he is one of my favorites. He's definitely like in my top 10 of Batman villains. And, you know, for that reason, but also because, you know, it's more of like a, you know, stealth / combat based one, and I just thought that was kind of cool. But also, I prefer, you know, more of the, you know, stealth and combat based bosses than I do, you know, anything else in this game. And that's one thing that you'll notice, like, moving forward, because, you know, all of my bosses will just be, you know, combat and stealth based. But I think, to be fair too, I don't think there was a whole lot of vehicle bosses, but there actually is one more vehicle boss that you will that you guys will see in my top 14 here. But yeah, so that's my number 7.
Okay. My number 6 is the Arkham Knight himself, Arkham Knight / Jason Todd. Obviously, out of all of the Arkham Knight's boss fights, him himself is just amazing. When you find out this is Jason, of course, you had that whole story of, you know, everyone figured it out before the game came out. But regardless, you did find out at that point that your suspicions were true. You found out who he was, and you have to, instead of fighting him, you try to talk to him, reason with him, and eventually it does work. So that's why I do like it. And the part where I told you guys are going to realize something is literally back to back to back to back is literally Arkham Knight boss fights from number 9 all the way to number 6. Just thought that was a little interesting for you. How about you, Frozen, what is your number 6?
Number 6 for me is going to be Nightwing.
This mother ducker.
Now, the interesting thing about this is I've never actually played this boss, but every time I've seen gameplay on it, it just looks so much fun. Yeah, it might be a little basic because objectively there isn't really much to do. It's just kind of like a simple, stun and beatdown, but I kind of liked some of the beatdown bosses, and I think it was really cool that we got to fight a hero for once, as opposed to like fighting a villain. I like that drastic change between, having Batman fight a villain from this being, Harley fighting a hero, and in this case it's Nightwing. I just liked how in her DLC we got to fight all the cops, but I think it was even better knowing that it was all going to lead up to Nightwing in the end, and it looks like it's a lot of fun, and honestly I can't wait to give that boss fight a try one of these days when I play the DLC.
Yeah, well said. Kloud, what is your number 6?
My number 6 is also Nightwing. Like Frozen said, there was a cool juxtaposition where you'll find the heroes instead of the villains. It was cool to fight. The only problem I've got with this fight is that I felt like he was a little bit weak for Nightwing. But apart from that, I thought, his kind of the fact that you get to see him using his gadgets that you get to play, with, you're going up against that. So I thought that was a cool kind of way to kind of round up the fight, which was cool.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And when we get to Nightwing on my list, I'll elaborate even more on that. But coming in top 5, number 5, I have Killer Croc. Now, I know what people are saying. Crimson, Killer Croc, and Albert King are literally the same exact boss fight, just with a different character. Well, that's exactly why it's this high. But instead of Robin, you have Nightwing there. And I don't know about anybody else. A lot of people don't really like Nightwing. I love to play as Nightwing. But Nightwing and Batman taking down Killer Croc, it's just so amazing. They did really good. And you have a different purpose of fighting Killer Croc versus Albert King. With Albert King, you're literally fighting him to lock him back up, and it turns out to be a waste of time because of something that happens in the main story. Not going to say what happens because, obviously, if you haven't played it, go play it or go watch it, whatever you want to do. But Killer Croc, you're not fighting him to take him down necessarily. I mean, yeah, he's still a threat, and you do have to take him down because of that. But you're really fighting for him to get to the real enemy, and that's what I like about that part. The boss fight, I'm always looking forward to the boss fight when we go play it. How about you, Kloud? What is your number 5?
My number 5, I'm giving it to Jason Todd.
Okay.
I think that this is probably the best stealth fight in the game. Again, I love the context and the lore building up to this, where you get to reveal who the Arkham Knight was. And like you said, it was not really a fight, it was more of like trying to resolve a situation where Batman was like, I can help you, we can get through this kind of thing.
He eventually really apologizes to him, too.
Yeah, he's like, he's sorry, and it's like, it's not too late, we can fix this. I think it was a cool kind of moral dilemma where he has to try and stop Jason, whilst, trying to come out to Jason and say that, we can move past this, you're not too far gone. I thought it was a great situation, and mechanically, I thought it was cool, where you kind of have to avoid his gaze whilst, dealing with the militia. I thought it was kind of a cool fight to kind of deal with, which is why it made it in my top 5.
Okay. Frozen, your 5th spot.
Firefly, because I absolutely love that chase sequence. I absolutely love that chase sequence between Batman and Killer Moth. Or Firefly. Yeah.
Did you say Killer Moth?
Yeah, I just realized what I said there. Meant to say Firefly, everybody. Excuse me. Yeah, so that was a great chase sequence between Batman and Firefly. I mean, you literally have to dodge, fireballs, trails of flames, steer around them. And yeah, like Kloud pointed out, it is a little bit repetitive, but I honestly thought it was pretty fun. That's honestly one chase sequence that I could replay again and again. And it honestly just felt like I was playing like almost like an arcade boss, but it also kind of felt like one of the most unique Batmobile bosses too. And I also just love getting to do the beatdown and punch Firefly in the face a million times. That was just so much fun. And then to see the cutscene at the end, where he turns his own jetpack on and flies up to the building, and that's how he turns them in. I just thought that was hilarious.
All right. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Top 4. Here we go. Coming in my number 4 spot, I also put, or well, I shouldn't say also, but I put Nightwing. Nightwing's number 4, kind of like what you guys were saying. Instead of fighting a villain, you fight a hero. And yeah, while I do agree that he was a weaker version of Nightwing, I like it a lot. Don't necessarily like that it's Harley Quinn, but at the same time, I'm just glad we get to fight a hero, finally. How about you, Frozen? Number 4.
Number 4 for me is going to be Albert King. And honestly, the reason I like Albert King so much is because of the fact that it's through teamwork that you gotta take him down. I thought that was the cool part when fighting Albert King. As opposed to just having, one person. The boss was a lot of fun. And he was an enemy that basically was just like this big brute who was very swift and fast, and he was a monstrous brute. He wasn't like a sub boss. It wasn't like a cheap fight. It wasn't a QTE. Like, you actually had to throw some hands, and required a little bit of skill there, but it came down to it. I just like the fact that it was a team boss. Trying to remember here. Oh, okay. Just remembered. So, I like the fact that, we had somewhat of an opposite of this fight being the Killer Croc one, which I'll touch on that when I get to it. But what I mean is how Albert King was Batman and Robin, and then Killer Croc was Batman and Nightwing. I thought that was kind of cool that they both got their own boss with Batman.
Mm-hmm.
And although I don't really know a whole lot about Albert King as a character, I did think that the boss was a lot of fun to play through.
No, that's fair. All right, Kloud, what's your number 4?
My number 4 is also Albert King.
Okay.
I would say that this is the weakest team up, but what you will notice with the rest of my list is I love the team up boss fights. I just think it's cool that you have this kind of overwhelming presence of a threat that it takes 2 heroes to take, them down. And, although I think in terms of the context, this is why it's number 4, because I think with the others, I think the reason why they have to team up is a lot better. But, gameplay-wise, like I said, I love the fact that, it's Batman and Robin, the dynamic duo teaming up to take down this villain that's, on the loose, which I thought was kind of cool. But the others, I think, context-wise, are just better.
Okay. Well, here we go. Our top 3. Getting the bronze He goes, yeah. Getting the bronze medal for my list anyway. Coming in at number 3, I have Two-Face. Now, I know what someone's going to say. Kloud. I
Garbage.
actually enjoy this boss fight. It's a Predator boss fight. And you get to do literally whatever you want to him. You want to beat him down with a beatdown? You can do so. If you want to silently take him down, you could do so. If you want to explode his gun in his face, you could do so. If you want to do an environmental takedown, you can do so. Inverted takedown, you can do so. The point is, you have so many options to take him down, and I just love it. How about you, Kloud? What is your third place?
My third spot, I'm giving it to Riddler. I think this was a great boss, and the fact that we actually get to fight Riddler in the series.
About time,
the only
honestly.
time. Yeah. It was, it kind of felt like there was a good rewards at the end for doing those trophies, and the fact that again this is another team up fight where it's you and Catwoman. Now I don't really prefer Catwoman in terms of her playstyle, but I think again the context of her teaming up with Batman after she saved her to take down the Riddler, I think was great, and I think the cutscene after that was also great. As a reward for defeating the boss. I kind of like the fact that, not only you find him, you find the robots, which, throughout his side mission are very situated, and client base, where you have some where you can only take down as Batman and some you can only take down as Catwoman. And with this boss fight, you also have to take them down individually as well, where only one person can go and face Riddler at a time. Again, I just think it was, much better context than Albert King, but the overall premise of these team-up fights, I think, are just fantastic. But the other two, I think, context-wise, are just even better.
Okay. Frozen, your third spot.
Number 3 for me is going to be Killer Croc. And the reason I'm going to put Killer Croc at number 3 is because Killer Croc was just awesome. I mean, not that I would know because I haven't played that one, but I've seen it tons and tons of times, and every time I see this boss fight, it just makes me want to play this boss so badly. Like, it makes me want to just boot up the Season of Infamy just to get to that part. And I like the fact that it's a boss fight where Nightwing is helping out Batman, and it's a team-up boss battle. That's one of the things that I like. But Killer Croc is just very monstrous here. We get spikes pretty much everywhere. He's got spikes running down his back and his spine. He's got a really big tail. He's a lot more crocodile-like in this game, and that's just one of the things that I like about it, but also because this is probably like the biggest boss that you fight in Arkham Knight. But I don't think it's the best, though, because although I think that it's cool that it's a team-up boss, I feel like the other two are just better than him, and you guys will see what those are soon.
Right. Okay. Coming in second place to get the silver medal from Crimson's favorite bosses, I put Joker and Harley Quinn. And let me just tell you something. Fighting not only one boss, but two bosses with Batgirl and Robin was just very, very fun. I loved that you could technically take down the Joker without touching Harley, and you still win. But I always fight Harley because why wouldn't you take the opportunity to fight two bosses in one fight? That was just so cool. Runner-up for me. What about you, Frozen? Runner-up for you.
Runner-up for me is going to be Riddler. And the reason I put Riddler here is because Riddler is an awesome boss battle. He really is. It almost looks like he's in a Bioshock mech, and, the way you have to take him down is just absolutely amazing. The fact that this is like a team-up boss with Batman and Catwoman. You also have all the Riddler You also have all the Riddler robots on the side as well, which I thought was pretty cool. You know, it basically made it like, you know, somewhat like this was, you know, kind of like a miniature war. Like, you had to take down all these robots, you had to take him down. And I just like the fact that this was, in my opinion, like the best out of, you know, the team-up boss fights.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like there was just a lot going for this, and, you know, when it comes to this boss battle, I'd say that Riddler is definitely one of the more, like, challenging ones as well when it comes to the team-up ones. He's definitely the most challenging out of the team-up ones, but there is one boss that I think is better than him, and you guys will pretty much be able to take a stab at it and guess what that is, because basically what Crimson's number 2 is my number 1.
Oh, man. Well, Kloud, what's your number 2?
My number 2 is also Joker and Harley Quinn in the Matter of Family DLC. I agree, I love the context, how this is like a, you know, this prequel story where you've got like the two couples battling it out. You got Batgirl and Robin versus, you know, Joker and Harley Quinn, where, you know, they're forced to fight, you know, no Batman allowed, because obviously if Batman shows up, they'll kill the hostages, including Jim Gordon. So they're forced to kind of, you know, fight Joker and Harley, and, you know, I think the context is great here. And yeah, I love the fact that this is the first time we get two bosses in one. It's great, but it just falls a tad bit short for why I love my number 1, which we'll find out in a minute.
Okay. And finally, and you know what, Frozen, you take your first place spot. I want to hear your explanation before I say mine.
Alright. So my number 1 is going to be Joker and Harley Quinn. Now the interesting thing is that I've actually not played this boss, but I've seen it a bunch of times, and every time I watch it, this is just such a fun watch. Like, honestly, out of all the bosses in the entire game, this is one that I wish I would have experienced. And one day, I obviously am going to play the Batgirl DLC so I can. But what I like about this boss is how it's 2-on-2. I mean, when have we ever had like a 2-on-2 boss in the Arkham series? This is like the only time where this has happened. And I like the fact that when you're taking the Joker down, there will be like this like struggle where you have to keep spamming the beatdown button. And I think that that was pretty cool. Like, they integrated, you know, a beatdown with it. And I just thought that was cool because, you know, it was like you couldn't actually, you know, do like a takedown on the Joker, because the Joker would basically, you know, take his cane or whatever. And you know, he would smash you with it and stuff, and so he would basically get like he'd get like a good jump on you, and you know, you'd be like down on the ground doing this, you know, beatdown, basically, you know, struggling to get back up. Then when Joker got back up, he was stunned, and then while the Joker was stunned, you got to fight Harley Quinn, which I thought was pretty cool. By having the beatdown there, it added a layer to the double boss. So, you know, there was that, and just the fact that you got to switch between two characters, so it was a team-up boss, but it was also a double boss. So it was a team-up double boss, and on top of that, you also had a bunch of Joker henchmen surrounding you. This, in my opinion, is probably like one of the most ultimate souped-up Joker boss fights we've got in the entire Arkham series, and it just looks like it's so much fun to play through. I definitely have a feeling that when I do go to try this, this is going to be my favorite Joker fight in the entire Arkham series.
Nah, that's fair to say. Alright, so taking the top place for my list with the gold medal, which might come as a surprise, I have the Riddler. Yes. I put the Riddler top dog. And it's very simple. Because you finally get to fight him. All those freaking Enigma data packs and Riddle trophies in the Asylum, in Arkham City, and in Gotham City, all those riddles, all those breakable objects, you finally get to smash his face in, and on top of that, you get to do it with the hottie Catwoman.
Yeah.
And that is just mwah. What about you, Kloud? What is your top dog?
My top dog coming in at number 1. I'm giving it to the meanest, scariest motherfucker, Killer Croc.
Oh.
Now it's It's also very simple for a similar reason that you said. You know, we did face him in Arkham Asylum, but we didn't get, we didn't actually put our hands on him. We kind of avoided him, running away from him.
Mm-hmm.
Arkham City, he was an Easter egg. Arkham Origins, we fought Killer Croc, but you didn't feel like Killer Croc because this was a quite weak version of him. But then we get to this, boss fight where we're meeting this scary, Killer Croc, where he's bigger, scarier. He's got all these, spikes, sharp teeth. He's got this big ass tail, and he's like ripping this airship to shreds, and he's trying to kill, the warden and stuff like that. And again, to me, I just think this was the best kind of team up where, you've got, the first Robin, aka Nightwing, and Batman, come together to try and stop, Croc. And, you're trying to, and he's like very, he's this big, crocodile, and he's, chasing at you, and you've got all the other, inmates, trying to beat you up. And, Batman's, they're both, beating into him, and, you're trying to avoid the slashes, and then, you knock him out, and I just think, it was a very, fulfilling boss fight for a familiar character that we've seen all the series, and I just think that this was a great boss fight, especially for what we got as a DLC boss. I think it's great.
I can't disagree with you on that one. I like your explanation. And you know what? That's pretty fair. It's pretty fair to say. But I just get back to my first one real quick. Another reason why I put Riddler in first is because, like I said before, not only is it that we finally get to smash his face in for everything that he's put us through for all these games, but every time I play Arkham Knight, I end up doing all the riddle trophies and riddles and breakable objects just to fight him, because we do get to fight him. A lot of people and lots of other YouTubers I've seen that they don't want to collect the riddle trophies again. And it's like, why? You get to smash his face in. And on top of that, if you do New Game Plus, his boss fight's already ready. You get to fight him twice. I don't know if it's just me. But yeah, I just want to thank these two for sticking it out with me, because this was a long, long process. Kloud, Frozen, you guys are the homies. You are the real ones. If you guys are not subscribed to them, I will link their channels down below in the description. Also, I'll link their channels at the end screen at the end of the video. Thank you all so much for watching this. Drop a like, subscribe if you're new, and we'll see you for the next one.